Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I always respect people who enter into the arena. You're gonna do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. No idea that you were taking your show off early last time. I had no idea this was going to happen. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I always respect people who enter into the arena.
Seems that Steven Crowder had gotten some cold feet, so I don't think he's coming.
Why is that?
I would love to ask him myself. He's not even answering anymore.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I always respect people who enter into the arena. You're gonna do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. No idea that you were taking your show off early last time. I had no idea this was going to happen. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I always respect people who enter into the arena.
Seems that Steven Crowder had gotten some cold feet, so I don't think he's coming.
Why is that?
I would love to ask him myself. He's not even answering anymore.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy. Oh, there he is. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I always respect people who enter into the arena. You're gonna do anything you can to avoid the debate. Come on, man. No idea that you were taking your show off early last time. I had no idea this was going to happen. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I always respect people who enter into the arena.
Seems that Steven Crowder had gotten some cold feet, so I don't think he's coming.
Why is that?
I would love to ask him myself. He's not even answering anymore.
Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. 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 I had no idea this was going to happen. I thought Ethan was a stand-up guy.
Hello, everyone. How we doing today? How you doing? It's Christmas too. Electric Boogaloo. Let's go. Hello, Krista Star. Hello, Biologist. There we go. Nailed it. Tragically, the only education they've received. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Gwenifer. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Luis. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Emily Sweetness. Hello, Sam's Trains Official. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Screech. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Trainmon. What did you think Christmas 2 was gonna release in wintertime? What's wrong with you? Christmas 2 can happen anytime. It's a spirit. Hello, Gransom. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Kraken Pill 2. Hello, Fire Spark. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Shark Nation. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Gayfesh. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, everyone. How we doing? How we doing? I actually think I need to go change into not a sweatshirt because it is actually warm and my apartment has gotten overheated. That being said, yes, we're going over my personal sequel to Christmas, which is, of course, Sam Cedar debating anyone on an elevated stage. And today he debated, or yesterday, Sunday, he debated 20 people at the same time, and that's pretty neat. Normally we ignore Jubilee stuff, but we'll make an exception for Sam. And sorry that the stream is so late tonight, guys. I had a panic attack, and had to take one of my pills to kind of like calm me down. So if I'm a little scatterbrained tonight, that would be why. Doesn't Jubilee copyright hit? They do. So we're gonna be a little creative. A little creative. Yeah, Ulersoth, having a anxiety disorder sucks. More 6 people and 14 people watching. I mean, I don't know what you were expecting when you signed up to debate Sam Cedar. Like, why bother if you're not gonna participate? You know? I'll be right back. Be right back.
The only thing better than a chair stream is a chair stream with the Dono Ghost OBWA.
There we go. Nailed it. Hello, Paladin. Thank you for the $15 dono. Kicking stream off with that BWA energy. Thank you very, very much. Holy moly. Your membership renewed for a third month? Congratulations, sweetness. And thank you very much for supporting the show. Good poop? No, I had to go change my clothes because it was too hot. It was too hot, and my sweatshirt was too hot. Duterte got arrested by the ICC. Isn't it great? Sometimes good things do happen. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I know that so much bad shit happened today. So much bad shit happened today. But I really only have the bandwidth for Sam Cedar. Thank you, Fox of Fate. I am Lem. I very much appreciate it. Who got arrested? The president, former president of the Philippines. Hello, Sweet Myths. I hear you're collaborating with Goblin City Band. I'm real excited for it. That top is your essence woven in textile. Thank you. For the record, the shirt brand is Nasty Gal, which is an even more fitting ensemble. We do be collabing. Some cool collabing. Oh, what happened today? What happened today? What happened today?
More like bandsaw width for Sam Cedar cheeky smiley face.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate it. Nasty girl. Yeah. What happened today? Oh god. You know, the ongoing saga of that Columbia student who got arrested for negotiating on behalf of the Palestinian protest encampment. And I like, you can't even say he got arrested. He got detained by ICE and then disappeared several states away without a lawyer, without any due process. So it's a whole thing. I'm going to be covering it in more detail tomorrow. Yeah, it's kind of the first it's the step before they start disappearing citizens, you know? Additionally, it's just no good out there. It's from what I've been paying attention to, it's a whole lot of shit. On the plus side, a U.S. district court found that Doge was had to abide by Freedom of Information Act requests, so that's nice. We'll see if they actually do, you know. Also, I don't know how I don't know if people really understand how fucked the economy is at this point. Like, I know that it's been going down today, but like some of these things that are happening are just kind of we're fucked. And people aren't going to know it for several months, the extent to which. One of those things being tariffs. The tariffs between the United States and Canada at this point are basically grinding the sale and trade of potash to a standstill. And if you need to know anything about potash, the one thing you need to know about it is that it is essential for fertilizer. And we get all of our potash in the United States from Canada. And like, yeah. Things are already skyrocketing in price at the store I work at. Yep. I mean, like Russian state propaganda networks or television networks are already bragging that like they aren't ever going to have a ceasefire, and basically laughing at how stupid and gullible America is. And I gotta be honest with you, I'm really hoping for a government shutdown by the end of this week. I don't know if we'll get it because Democrats are cowardly to the extreme. And we're gonna be talking more about that. They have a retreat scheduled for this week, and all of the headlining speakers are the most milquetoast neoliberals that they got. You know, like they got James Carville back again. You know, and I'm just like, you can't have a continuing resolution for this. You can't. you can't sit down and like support a continuing resolution for what is happening, you know? But we'll see. There's literally a new bill in Texas today that was just like, hey, what if we made identifying as transgender people a crime? You know, it's bad out there, guys. There's been a reason why I've been encouraging trans folks to move to places that have codified state level protections, because these people want to kill us. It's illegal, but like also they don't care about what's illegal anymore. Where'd I get this top? A website called Nasty Gal. Also, can we just real quick, this is the level of delusion we're currently dealing with, and like there's going to be a level of suffering that eventually breaks this. And yeah, this guy makes me embarrassed for my state.
The markets are going to have all kinds of different things going on, but yes, we are going to stay the course because this country's future depends on it. Why should Americans not have free and full access to markets around the world when we give all of those other folks access to our markets right here in the United States? I think Donald Trump made it very clear this is what he was going to do. I think the public's with him. And by the way, if Canada or other of our trade partners want to try and make this hard on Americans, Charles, it's actually going to help Donald Trump because he told all of us during his campaign, all Americans, that they don't care about you. I'm the one that cares about you. I'm the one that's going to take care of this. And
oh man, is Donald Trump caring about you going to buy your family food? No, it's not.
I think Americans are going to support him even more.
You know, ironic.
I think the reverse is true, actually. I think as things get worse, people are going to blame the guy who's calling himself a goddamn king even more, even harder. My mic is super quiet. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Guys, I know that my microphone is bad. I know every time I restart my computer it defaults, because the only way to monitor the volume levels is via a digital interface. Every time I restart the computer, just restarts low. It's very frustrating to me. But yeah, no, these people are all like, yeah, people love him even more when they're that much closer or actively in homelessness, and like not really considering that the entire premise of the Trump administration is, what if we killed the homeless? You know, what if we made people suffer? What if we kicked all of the elderly out of nursing homes to die in the street? What if we what if we made the world a living hell for anyone who just gets fired? And the answer to that question is you create an angry mob that wants to rip you limb from limb. like I there's not really another outcome to that. Historically, the outcome is, the politics of the rock. Hello, Archangel Dakab. And hey guys, what do you think happens when a lot of those people who get hit by those cuts are literally people who dedicated their military service to this country? Americans are too scared of losing their creature comforts to revolt. Yeah, you don't really understand the level of economic pain I'm detailing happening here, if that's the stance you have. Like that implies people who are about to get kicked out of their homes and people who are suffering on the street and people who are, enraged beyond belief by seeing that happen to their loved ones give a damn about creature comforts or have the luxury of giving a damn about creature comforts. We're going to become Fallout or Mad Max? Neither. My family thinks these are economy growing pains. Yeah, I guess that's one way of looking at it. It is economic pain as the economy grows. It's just the type of growing we call shrinking. Like that's where we're at.
Just fired up Monster Hunter Wilds while watching. Does chat want to name my Palico? Anybody who subs, donos and supplies a good cat name gets it.
Oh, that's a good offer right there. Thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin. Cat trick.
Shimps together strong shimp.
Archangel the Cobb, thank you for the $10 dono. I very much appreciate that. Yeah, we're just economically growing down. Don't you guys get it? Don't you guys get it? Oh, Sweet Myths. We actually covered that last week. We took a look at the Gavin Newsom podcast and I ripped him a new asshole for like an hour. It's pretty good. Yeah, sometimes people mention the Donut Ghost when I'm gone. I never hear from Democrat politicians how this country is the wealthiest country in history. I wonder why. Yeah, it's not politically popular to say that. Platforming Kirk. Why? Because Gavin Newsom's trying to be the third way centrist Dem of the 2028 race. That's why. I talked about it in the segment that should go up on YouTube sometime in the near future. But basically every single point from that third way retreat document that came out, Gavin Newsom brings up in that Charlie Kirk interview. And so much of the interview is just Gavin Newsom talking about how much his kids love Charlie Kirk's work. And honestly, that's one of the biggest red flags of a psychopath I've ever seen in my life. I thought Gavin Newsom was going to try to be kind of setting himself up in opposition to Donald Trump. And that has just proven not to be the case. He's pulling a much more conservative, this guy has some good ideas style campaign out of his ass. And it's just as shit covered as, the ideas. People still like Newsom. Yeah, milquetoast neolib, conservative Dems. Yeah. kind of opposition where you agree. Well, there were some moves early on that indicated that Gavin Newsom was prepping California against Donald Trump, and I thought maybe he was trying to position himself to be like a digestible candidate for 2028, but clearly he has changed his tack. It's absolutely disgusting, Krista Starr. Did you guys, so many of you are bringing up stuff that I talked about like a stream ago or 2 streams ago or 3 streams ago even. Like, yeah, we went over Tim Walz. Tim Walz is I think he's actually still got the juice, you know? Reaganite politics brain poisoned a whole generation. Yeah, that and like literal conservative think tanks funded by conservatives created a thing called neoliberalism that the Democratic Party ate up. But yeah, Tim Walz has been doing like a circuit of MSNBC and different podcasts and basically, you know, taken the gloves off a little bit and talked about extensively what they did wrong in the 2024 campaign, and has talked about how by the time we come out of, you know, a Trump presidency, people are going to need and want and demand Medicare for all, and they're going to be right to. And he's also positioned himself as kind of like the torchbearer for Bernie Sanders going forward, which is pretty cool. You know, like he literally was on network television and said Bernie Sanders was right. We need to lift the cap on Social Security. And I got to be honest, I don't hear any other Dems talking like that. I don't hear any other Dems talking about Medicare for all or lifting the cap on Social Security. You know, like I don't. It's a low, low, low goddamn bar, but like he's the only one clearing it right now. You know, Sweet Myth's music, I think that's the conventional wisdom that the 2024 campaign would stain his attempt at running in the future. But I think people are going to be hungry enough for someone with actual good policy that they're going to go for it. If no one else in the field is willing to stand up and go for that, like, you know, I'll support him. If no one else in the field is gonna run on things like Medicare for all and lifting the cap on Social Security, like, fuck, dude was on network television saying, you know, billionaires need to pay their fair share. That's the kind of stuff I want to hear from the person who's going to be president. I don't think Tim Walz can win. He's just not meat enough. Dude is dude can talk some shit. He's pretty great at it, actually. He talks like Midwest shit, which is maybe some of the most digestible for folks. Oh my god. Are you high? No, I took an anti-anxiety pill because I was having a fucking panic attack. That's why I'm streaming very late. Let's see. Yeah, if it's not rigged, Tim Walz will have a good chance. Look, the amount of patience I have with people who are going to be like, the Democrats aren't going to do anything. And like, yeah, no, that's why you have to fucking make them do something. You know, like, if asking the person that said Walz isn't that good, that's fine. It's fine. The main thing is, guys, like, Democrats are weak and they're feckless, and a lot of them are stupid. Okay. But like if that's your thing, if that's like the kind of takeaway you have from it, you have to like be one of those people who's like, all right, we got to roll up our sleeves and change it. Like that's, we have the system we have, and we have to figure out the best way to move within that system to actually build something that works, and not something that's going to work in, 8 years, not something that's going to work in 10 years, 12 years, in a generation or two. We need to build something that's going to work in 2 to 4 years. Yeah, but here's the thing, prosthetic PJ. I also hate the two-party system. The issue is there is literally no vehicle that currently exists for us to use in the midterms that are coming up or in the 2028 presidential election. All of the third parties are jokes. None of them are capable of scaling up to a national size party that actually has a shot to work, and that's just setting aside even like the issues with like a first past the post voting system, right? So the entire argument that I've been making is that you need everyone who's a leftist needs to join their local Dems. You need to join your local Dems, and you need to radicalize them on a local level and then work your way up to radicalizing them on a statewide level. That is the one vehicle that we have available to us. And like that's kind of it. That's the shitty hand we're dealt. If we're going to need to mobilize a lot of people for protests anyway, might as well mobilize a lot of people for internal Democratic Party takeover, Went to my first DSA meeting yesterday. Hell yeah, Pirate Amir. Yeah, go run for an internal party delegate. Become a member that decides like state level politics in your neck of the woods. Literally, I went to my local Democratic meeting as a socialist, and they were like trying to give away different responsibilities within the local party to like anyone new. It was really interesting. Yeah, steal the Democratic Party apparatus for a joyride. And in the course of that joyride, we might just get Medicare for all, I do appreciate that DSA is one of the orgs that like organizes within the Democratic Party and endorses candidates. Sat through an electoral meeting today. Like making good progress, talking about like calling folks, doing phone banking and door knocking. And Gamer G, I did want to ask you eventually, like, if we can get people from outside of DSA involved in that, because that would be really cool to plug on the stream for something people can do. Yeah, the endorsement process is very involved in Minneapolis. We need a Paul Wellstone-like candidate. And I think that Tim Walz can be that kind of candidate. I think that's what he's setting himself up for. Remains to be seen if he'll be successful, but I think going forward, he's increasingly one of the only people in the space to actually like set himself up in that mold on the left. A lot of Dems are too cowardly and chicken shit to actually do that. Also, something to note about local Dems, most of your local Dems, your lib wine moms and such, are pissed as fuck. They are primed for radicalization to better political positions. My mom is kind of my bellwether for that, and let me tell you guys, um, my mom, libbiest lib you can imagine, is nodding along with me when I talk about socialism stuff. When I talk about like we're gonna need radical change to get money out of politics. We're gonna need like we need to like go out and protest. We need to do stuff. My mom's like, yeah, you're right. You know, she's like 74. Like, you know, like um I have never seen liberals this fired up. And the Democratic leadership is just completely out of touch with where people are. There have been a number of news stories today about Tesla protests and stuff like getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you know, in some cases, getting out of hand. And I feel like I'm also seeing a similar thing when it comes to indivisible groups. Um, Indivisible has been organizing folks to pressure their elected officials and to conduct protests, and it's been incredibly successful. Um, and I think that those are only going to get bigger. Like you can say, "Oh, the Trump supporters are going to live in their bubble." Sure, whatever. But that's not most of the country. Most of the country didn't vote or voted for, you know, a lib. And those people, they're turning out and turning up, you know? Yeah, literally Donald Trump and Elon Musk are like cracking jokes and whys about like kicking people off of their social security. Elon Musk was making comments earlier today about finding $500 billion in fraud in social security. You know, like people aren't going to.
Liberal anger and DNC inaction reminds me of the Tea Party movement with the GOP about 17 years ago.
And I think it's really, Simric, I agree. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I agree because I think that the anger we're seeing is only going to grow. And the longer that goes on, the more that anger can be radicalized to better and better political positions. You know, like it starts with, we want Elon gone. But what it ends with can be, we want Elon gone. We want money out of politics. We want, you know, like, we want Medicare for all. We want XYZ. You know, we want housing for all. We want, you know, like that list gets bigger the longer these protests go on. The longer it goes, the less mollified people are going to be simply by, you know, someone being fired from their position of power. You know? Yeah, Tesla stock is dropping like a rock. I think it's dropped by over 50 by like 50% from where it was. I think it was at like 470 and now it's at like 228 or something. Should I bring the biggest protest sign I can fit in my parents' minivan to 5051? Go for it. Why not? Yeah, a good rule of thumb, because Elon Musk is not a smart man, is that anything Elon Musk is complaining about, any like protest organization, any protest movement, anything that he is complaining about is something you should support. You know, like he's complaining about Indivisible. He's been like attacking the co-founders of Indivisible by name. Because they're doing good work. They're getting under his skin. He's been attacking the Tesla takedown protests and some of the founders of that, saying like these people are terrorists, they need to be arrested, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And like that's just a green light to keep going. You know, our goal with Tesla takedown needs to be like we're gonna keep going until Elon Musk gets ousted from the company. You know? Is it true Elon attacked Hassan? I haven't heard about that. Hello, Priscilla. Yeah, and fight Phil, like I saw your comment about how your parents are like mad but kind of checked out. I think that there is a finite amount of time people can afford to be checked out on this. Because the economy's going down, folks. It's going down. You know, if you're gonna need your investment cash, you should probably get out of the markets now because they're going down. And you know, folks that are middle class and have those investments, they're gonna notice. And folks who, you know, don't have any investments, they're gonna notice those price increases soon. You know, there's a finite amount of time people who are just getting by paycheck to paycheck for the most part can get by without like noticing the price increases. What gave you a panic attack? Honestly, part of it is prepping for the show. Sometimes that happens to me. And the other part was just logistics. I have a generalized anxiety disorder. So, like, socializing or complex logistics can like really get overwhelming. And I had a lot of things I needed to do in a relatively short amount of time, and I was trying to get them all done, and just I got really overwhelmed. Hassan fans called CPS on Hee apparently. I I don't I, is it's bad if I say I don't care, isn't it? But like to be honest, like I don't know a whole lot about that stuff, and I don't really have a huge opinion on it. I don't know what the hell is going on between those two, and my my entire outlook is just kind of like I ain't touching that. I'm not interested in getting into drama, even if it's like kind of high stakes drama, I guess, between big content creators. They didn't call CPS on Ethan. Yeah, okay. I see. Like this is why I don't get into this. Hardly know anything about it. That's fine. Me neither. Also, folks, you guys do not need to give me a rundown. But I do need to go run and give my partner a smooch and a hug. She had to use the bathroom, so I was unable to get the hug or the smooch. Yeah, those two have been beefing, right? Well, and like, I don't know, if I was involved in the beef, you know, maybe I'd be more like involved in the beef, but like it doesn't concern me, not my business. Hey, Turtle Choom. Hello, Kevin Blaze. Oof. Also, just to like give you guys an idea of just how fucked things are today, like I don't even know what to do with this. Former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett joked to hundreds of people about sending explosive devices to dissenting event attendees at a talk at the Harvard Business School on Thursday, according to 6 people present at the discussion. HBS professor Paul A. Gompers, the 86th. Why is it? What? Gompers 86, the moderator, began the off-the-record event by explaining Harvard's guidelines on disruption, noting that dissenting audience members who interrupt the speaker would be removed. Bennett then interrupted to add, "I think we'll just give them a pager." Hey, you know, I'm just a humble country streamer, but just gonna say that I think if you are a speaker at any kind of event or college and you joke about killing members of the audience, you should probably immediately be asked to leave and never invited back at the bare minimum. And for those of you who don't know why that would be a threat, it's because Israel did an act of mass terrorism and blew up a ton of pagers to attack people that they deemed terrorists. The problem being that those pagers blew up in public spaces and killed innocent civilians across Lebanon. So, yeah, he's joking about killing them. That'd be like if he was joking about, like, anyone who stands up will get shot. Haha. Like, God. How's that not a chargeable offense? Well, he's a former Israeli prime minister, so I assume that's why. Yeah, and I'm just going to throw this up real quick, just in case you're like, oh, well, you know, Donald Trump is better for the people of Gaza. Yeah, Israel's opened a new office to they've opened up an entirely new branch of their government to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. That, you know, like they needed to open up an entirely new part of the government in order to carry out the massive logistical operation required to remove people from Gaza. It's really messed up. Yeah. Mass transfer to where? I don't know. Probably the grave. That's not a joke, by the way. Literally some of the most evil shit I've ever seen in my life. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And in case you're like, oh, you know, Donald Trump will save us. If you're a conservative dipshit.
They didn't buy any longer. Yeah, because there was nobody to call them. I used to call President Xi. I said, you got to do me a favor. You got to, you know, live up to that agreement. And he was great. He did.
Before you came into the Oval Office the first time, you were a very successful businessman, very successful real estate executive. And a lot of people said, oh, this is the business president. This is it. He's watching the stock market. He knows all about, you know, he doesn't want the market to go down. And now we've got tariffs and the market has been going down.
Well, not much. I mean, in all fairness, not much.
you can tell that that was a bit of a sore spot for him. Well, not much. It's only gone, what, our GDP's only gone down like 2%. That's nothing. Hey, just real quick, there's more of this clip, but just like really, really quick for you guys. Can I find it fast enough? That I can. That I can. Do-do-do-do. Hmm. Do-do-do-do. Oh man, really? It's like I was looking for like an image that had like all of the downturns, all of like the ongoing economic downturns, and it's perfect. It was a perfect visual. Damn. Oh wait, found it. Not going down by a whole lot. Just, NASDAQ down 4%. Oh god. It's all stupid.
Said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What
It could
other
be a little
disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective. We have a quarter. We go by quarters.
That's true.
And you can't go by that. You have to do what's right. What we're doing is we're building a tremendous foundation for the future. Tremendous foundation. They didn't buy any longer. Yeah, because it was.
Yeah. Look, China has a prosperity plan for, a century in the future. We typically look quarter to quarter, as business people. Hey, chat, anyone want to tell me what would happen to a country or a company rather, that was in the red for, I don't know, a quarter of a century rather than just one quarter? Would that company be doing well? My partner, I get to smooch. Be right back. I return. Yes, I smooched multiple times. And also exciting update, our connections in China have received our samples, and they're gonna start making us some initial product, which is really, really exciting for Imogene Olivia. So it's happening, guys. It's happening. Smooch high score. I mean, every smooch that I get from the love of my life is a high score. Yeah, is it wait, is a smooch high score the best smooch? Is it determined by quality of smooch or number of individual smooches? Merch? Alien Joe, not my merch per se. Like, I wouldn't call it my merch. It's my partner is launching a gender euphoric lingerie brand, and I'm real excited about it. And I do model it, so I am involved, and I also write some of the marketing stuff. But my partner designed it, and yeah. Well, it's not just a bra thing; it's a bra and panty thing. Do we get a Jack Stuffy? I have no plans for that at the moment. What, you don't want a Riverboat Jack body pillow? No.
Riverboat Jack, not.
Huh? A shimp body pillow. Now you're talking, Jazz Dog. I happened upon a Oh, do you mean a competitor? Sure. How about a small Riverboat Jack plushie? I had no idea there was even a desire for that.
So better. Like, this is not a company.
Yeah.
Like, make all.
Exactly. There should be more than one brand making trans-inclusive lingerie. I agree. Yeah. A Riverboat keychain, a shimp plush. You know, I haven't put a whole lot of effort into the merch store, just because a lot of, you know, there aren't a ton of purchases through it. So like, I haven't put a ton of effort, but like, if you guys want to buy stuff, I can try putting more effort into it. Let's see. Archangel.
Chat, you have not been haunted by the Dono ghost in a while. Guard your bones.
Oh my gosh! It's the Dono ghost!
Hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono ghost.
A Jazz Dog original. I'm pretty sure we have stickers, Jazz Dog. Chat, you have to feed the Dono Ghost so it doesn't eat my bones. Oh, rat negative. I'm well aware that China's not the best place for trans people. Huh? Yeah. US not doing so hot on trans people right now, are they? Cute Dark Arts, what's a Daki? What's a Daki Makura? Oh, a body pillow. Yeah, if you can make me look like a sexy anime lady, you know, I'll sure.
I have arrived for Christmas too. Where's my Xbox P90X?
C-Beans, thank you for the $5 super chat, and you'll get your Xbox P90X as soon as you finish your wilderness survival course. You have a knife in 3 weeks. Good luck. Krista Starr, I've been really liking Avowed. It's not quite as deep when it comes to like interactions so far, like combat interactions, but I'm not that far in the game. But the narrative's fun. I've been enjoying that. I feel like once I get farther in, I'll have a better grasp of it. I'd like to declare my hatred for the internet because I know what a dakimakura is. But Paladin, do you own one? Yeah, Velvet, I think that's a good way of looking at it. It's like if Mass Effect and Skyrim had a baby. Which I am not opposed to, but I also understand that's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. I would pay some amount of money for a Riverboat Jack Dakimakura just to send it to Paladin. What type of class am I? I've been doing like magic because it seems really fun. But I might like mix it up and just try different stuff. I like that you can basically reclass at any time for 100 gold. Your canon romance in Mass Effect. It's hard. I like so many of the characters in Mass Effect. Maybe Liara, but I wound up not liking the romances as much as I played through the game. I really liked the character Jack, but I didn't. The first time I played through Mass Effect 2, I accidentally like hooked up with her. And I didn't really like that romance. But I really like how she like kind of gets her shit together in the third one. Zennies, thank you for the tier 2 sub.
Your streams help me overcome my fear of people and to start organizing.
Hell yeah.
I have met so many inspirational people. Thank you, Jack and friends Orange Heart.
Zennies, thank you for the tier 2 sub and congratulations on starting your organizing journey. It's so important. You can make such a big difference. And Patrick Lucas, thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube and gifting a tier 1 membership over on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. I've also been thinking, apparently I can launch different tiers of memberships over on YouTube. Maybe I'll do a similar tier system on YouTube to the site. Get more color varieties in chat. Been thinking about that. Do the backgrounds change anything substantially? Krista Starr, I think the backgrounds do change things substantially. I've encountered a lot of different scenarios where like my background gives me like unique dialogue options. Tommy dude, get that snack. It's so cool seeing so many of you like in this time of crisis kind of like step up and start organizing, or like start getting other people together to like just, you know, have support for one another. It's really, really cool. I love seeing it. I love seeing you guys and hearing about you guys doing stuff. It's so important and so interesting and so like necessary right now. LB, it is what you think it is. What? Oh no, the name of my stream is Christmas 2, and people are like, what the hell is Christmas 2? Is it what I think it is? And I'm like, yeah. It's the Sam Cedar did a debate against a gauntlet of 20 conservative dipshits, and we're gonna react to it, and I'm gonna have a good time. Yeah, like we've gotten this community is small, but we've gotten like 15 of you to sign up for DSA, and that's just 15 of you that we know of, you know. And by the way, you guys should all join your local DSA. Okay, it's a way you can help radicalize your local politics and do cool shit to help your local community. Really, really important. Go do that. Okay. What background did I pick? I think I picked like arcane researcher. I'm like the court magician, basically. And what else? I joined, but I missed the new member orientation meeting. Jazz Dog, that's okay. There's going to be another one probably. I think man, I don't know. All I know is that Garrus is best boy in Dragon Age. Not Dragon Age. Mass Effect. Like, I don't want to romance Garrus. Like, a lot of people are just like all about romancing him.
Money.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. But Garrus, the friend Garrus relationship is so goddamn fulfilling. I'm living vicariously through you because I can't afford it. Yep, fair. I have not played Dragon Age Veilguard yet. I really want to, but like, I hope you all understand that for very obvious reasons, like, games have been on the absolute back burner for me recently because everything's on fire. I was gonna say something else and I totally forgot. Totally spacing. Oh yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for to folks who've been shouting out the show, and like I see you guys when you like repost videos that I put up on YouTube, and like I really appreciate the kind words and you guys sharing my work around it. It means a lot. Like I get like a little choked up sometimes. It's really nice. And folks, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. I know we've had kind of a wonky like uploading schedule for YouTube, but I edited like I'm gonna say about 10 of the past streams that have been kind of just on stalled. um and those segments should be going up over the next week or so, because we really got held back by Twitch instituting that arbitrary 100-hour cap on highlights. It ruined the entire workflow that I was using. So yeah. Why are there so many young conservatives now? There aren't. It just seems like there are. Like, unironically, CF, it's not that there are so many young conservatives. It's just that there are so many young conservatives being loud about it. That is new. And that's because they all have intuited or figured out that, like, if you want a career in conservative politics, all you have to do is be the loudest dipshit. That's it. Like, if you are relatively attractive and you like abrasive and rude and bigoted, like, you have a decent shot at winding up on like a One America news network or something like that. It is just like a viable path to a career built on their preconceived notions, that it demands nothing of them that they other than like maintaining their the ideology they had as a teenager, essentially. Oh, good luck, Paladin. I'm sorry. And Simric, thank you for the Bezos bucks. I didn't get a notification on my end, but I'm sure you clicked the button. Yeah, Krista Star, magic seems really fun. Sometimes in video games, I just go full on sword and shield just because I think it's kind of badass in a world of magic to just pick up a hunk of metal and be like, I'm gonna hit you with this. I don't care if you can use magic. Will the Jubilee segment be going on the channel? Yes, but I may have to break it up, and I may set up the way we're watching it on here to try and have digestible chunks that can go up on YouTube without flagging DMCA. That's kind of my goal. I don't know if we'll be able to make it, but we're gonna give it a shot. Hey, Dragonfly. Yeah, exactly, Scared Crow. Yeah.
Reminder to Jack in chat. Drink water and exercise. Last bucks for the night.
It was so nice outside. My partner and I took a walk. Very much recommend it. Also, just want to say, my outfit the other day was top tier. Like, ignore the fact that it's in a bathroom.
Water and exercise.
Oh God.
Last bucks.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Simric. But like, damn, I'd be kind of curvy. I kind of be rocking those thigh high boots, you know? I look cute as hell. What? He. Thank you. I don't know what rab it is. Thank you very much, chat. The 15-year-old autistic white boy demographic is more conservative than ever. Yeah, but like also you can't just like feel that. Like if you any data you look at about like future generations political stances, they are not more conservative. I want them. They are Akira boots. So if you go look up Akira boots, you should find them. They're I gotta say, they're some of the best like boots I got. They're not like the highest quality or anything, but like those thigh highs be staying up, which is real nice. Yeah, that's the thing, Jay. That's the thing. Children aren't more conservative now. They just have more internet now. Overall, they're getting better. May I introduce you to my 13-year-old autistic students who use the term Cheeto Mussolini? Honestly, hoping. No, yeah, Krista Starr. I don't. Let me. Ray of hope time. I do not see that there is any conceivable world in which Donald Trump and conservatism at large emerge more popular. I can't see that. People are going to be absolutely fucked by his policies. And they're going to know who fucked them. Yo, Dragonfly, thank you for the tier 4 sub.
Did the thing tonight, ran another Dem meeting. It's hard work, but it's worth it, folks. Get out there and get things done. Love the outfit, Jack.
Thank you, Dragonfly, and thank you for the tier 4 sub, and thank you for doing the hard work of running meetings inside the Democratic Party. You know, folks like you remind me that it is in fact possible to radicalize your local Democratic parties. Anyone who's telling you you can't do it just is a quitter who hasn't tried. Okay? Like, and you know what? If you're already in there, figure out how to get more people in there. That's the name of the game. If you can't organize people to join and radicalize your local Democratic Party, you're not going to be able to get organized people to do anything more complicated than that. Oh yeah, and Krista Starr, you're 100% right. Like so many Trumpers are absolutely locked in, may never wake up to the cult, whatever. But most of the country is not in that category. And I think most of the country is going to be absolutely feral to get him out of office by the end of this. I mean, like at the very beginning of stream, I talked about how like he's been trying to talk a big game about putting tariffs on Canadian potash, and like if that happens, agriculture in the United States dies. Like that just straight up dies. Like I don't know, like if you're a conservative, if you're a farmer, if you're in the agriculture industry, like you hear that, your heart skips a beat because that's the death of like a several billion-dollar industry. You know, it's the death of the industry that grows food for Americans. You know, it's like, you know, on some level, if you have expertise in a given field and you're paying attention to what this guy says, like so many people are like, oh, well, I thought he had some good ideas, but then he went and did that. You know, like that's like, God. Is there a newsletter for Imogene Olivia? Not yet. We're going to work on that stuff after we get our first garment delivery. Yes. Yeah, if you want to, though, we will be sending out newsletters or news updates. You can subscribe to the newsletter on ImogeneOlivia.com. So do that if you want updates. I'm scared my state might be too deep in the Trump cult. Let me reassure you of one thing. No state is too deep in the Trump cult that they won't feel what's coming. You know? Like, if NIH cuts successfully go through, like, even if you're in a place as red as Alabama, you're gonna feel that. You know? Like, in some of these states, these federal departments are like the largest employer in the state. You know, like there's the cuts that they're trying to do, guys, are like Alabama, Mississippi, like there's no place that will not be touched by this. I live in Georgia. I hope we swing back blue. Honestly, it's possible. It's possible.
So glad for your streams. Only found you a few months ago, but it has been affirming and inspiring. Take care of yourself and thanks for what you do. It's important. Don't know all the in-jokes yet, but brah.
You know what, Logan Hill? Blah. You're doing great. You're doing great with the in-jokes, okay? And thank you for the $20 super chat. God damn. Even Oklahoma? Look, guys, when I say we're in the cool zone, I mean the entire country's in the cool zone. Like, any of the preconceived notions you have of certain places being of, like, solidly red, I think that is currently under threat by Trump administration policy. Like, look at it this way, guys. If these tax cuts go through, God forbid, but if they do, like, everyone everywhere is going to feel it. In red states, in blue states, there is going to be like a direct line. And I can't even begin to predict the effects that will have, other than overwhelmingly negative for Republicans. It's why all Republican lawmakers are terrified for their constituents to find out about the Social Security cuts, about Medicaid cuts. You know, they're terrified about it. And it's why they're all too happy to hand it off to Elon to try and get Elon to take the blame for it. But you know what? It's not going to save them. It's not going to save their asses. And yeah, Super Jet Guy, yeah, the American schooling model is built off of like Prussian military schooling, and also based in large part off of like assembly line conditions, basically just training people to be able to be good workers in factory settings. Midterms are going to be fucking wild. One of the things I need all of you guys to do, let's see. Okay. One of the things I need all of you guys to do, I haven't been able to, I reached out to Progressive Victory. They told me they would be in touch with connecting me to someone to get folks who are interested out on the ground out there. I haven't heard anything back from them. And we are, barreling towards the halfway mark for the month. And April 1st is the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race. Elon Musk has thus far dropped about $8.5 million, somewhere around there, into the race. And just give you a taste of how conservative the judge that is running there is, that received those millions of dollars. He doesn't believe women are capable of being competent for making their own decisions. That's cool. That's not even a joke. Literally, one of his biggest opinions is that women are too emotional to have bodily autonomy. There you go. You know. Oh no. Women can still do crimes. They're not too emotional to be held responsible for their crimes. They're only too responsible to be denied autonomy. God. Anyway, yeah, that's just a thing to be aware of, I guess. That being said, one of the things that you can do, regardless of where you are in America, you can sign up on committodemocracy.com to write postcards to folks in Wisconsin, to likely Democratic voters, to let them know, hey, guess what? This election is coming up and it's really important. It's on April 1st. It's not a usual time for an election, but you need to turn out. Otherwise, the Wisconsin State Supreme Court is going to flip back conservative and abortion will be outlawed in the state. So a lot actually rides on this. And you can make the difference. It's going to come down to a handful of votes. They got a lot of money on their side. But hopefully, if enough of us pitch in, we'll have more people. Good night, Emily Sweetness. When I checked, the postcards were sold out. Check again, because I've been getting conflicting messages from folks checking that out. Yeah, the deadline to mail the postcards is 3/20. Thank you very much, Sweet Blasphemy. I appreciate that. Got 9 days, folks. Good night, Grandsome. I thought they were doing Florida instead. People told me that, but then folks kept getting postcards for Wisconsin. So I don't know. I'm going to keep plugging it. Neither way.
I fell asleep. What did I miss?
Electra, you missed me rambling about politics. I don't have coherent topics today. It's all kind of blended together in one kind of politics slurry. And thank you for the $10 dono. I really appreciate that. God. Also, folks, we've got a solid like 250 people watching right now, and we've got 113 likes. You know what? I think we can do better. I think we can hit 150. I think you too are capable of clicking the button. All right? Who is saying women are too emotional for bodily autonomy? The state Supreme Court. Well, I guess he's not a Supreme Court justice yet. His name's Brad Schimmel. He's in Wisconsin. He's running to be on the state Supreme Court. And he's a miserable piece of shit. And we need to beat him. Okay? That's the baseline for you. And folks, additionally, just want to say thanks for being here. It's really cool that you guys turn out and watch me. Yeah, we need people to vote for Susan Crawford. Exactly. Conservatives really hate women, don't they? Yeah. And they would never phrase it that way, but they just like, they think women don't deserve bodily autonomy. They wouldn't never phrase it that way, but at the end of the day, they think that a corpse has more right to a bodily autonomy than a woman does. And that might sound like I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. One like equals one blue jean. That's right, because I'm a humble blue jean farmer. Also, can we just one last thing before we really dig into Christmas 2 or the Sam Cedar Jubilee video? Here's Donald Trump. This is real, by the way. To Republicans, conservatives, and all great Americans, Elon Musk is putting it on the line in order to help our nation, and he is doing a fantastic job. But the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla, one of the world's great automakers, and Elon's baby, in order to attack and do harm to Elon and everything he stands for. They tried to do it to me at the 2024 presidential ballot box. But how did that work out? In any event, I'm going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow morning as a show of confidence and support for Elon Musk, a truly great American. Why should he be punished for putting his tremendous skills to work in order to help make America great again, folks? And can I just say that in addition to this being very, very funny on so many different levels, I really hope that he does go and buy specifically a Tesla Cybertruck, because holy moly, look, I've never heard of a president deciding to drive in a Ford Pinto. But choosing to ride in one that's 17 times less safe than a Ford Pinto seems like a bold choice for a sitting commander-in-chief. Bold choice indeed. I don't know, like one of the most recent headlines was about how like the bumper like got lodged in like a pole, or like it like jumped a curb and got like kind of lightly lodged against a pole, burst into flames and locked everyone inside. Like I don't know. I probably wouldn't buy a car like that, to be honest with you guys. But if he wants to buy a Cybertruck, I'm all for it.
If you think I am not about to give my dad all the grief for getting a Tesla literally a day before Trump declares he is getting one, then you don't know me very well. Have more money.
Very knifey duck.
DWA.
Thank you for the $5 dono. But like in addition to that, like so much of this is just bizarre. Like people are trying to illegally and collusively boycott Tesla. He's trying to say it's illegal to not buy something? What? Is it illegal collusion when people read like a movie review and decide to not see the movie? Is that illegal collusion? What, like genuinely unserious and insane, you know? And also, he compared people not buying a car to people voting for a different candidate in an election, and I feel like I don't have to elaborate about how those are not the same thing. Like those are not comparable things at all. Oh god. Bro's brain is fried. Yeah, genuinely. What? I love your little songs. The Doofy verse. It is like a toddler throwing a tantrum. It's illegal to not do what I want you to do. I have forbid it. God. Yeah, Nerodia, I can't with Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is disgusting. We watched that Charlie Kirk episode, and that was really all we ever needed to see. All right, let's give this a shot, huh?
Like, what's the problem?
Do we have the trailer for the Jubilee? Can we play that? I don't think we can. Maybe posts? They have like they have a Twitter. Of course they do. Disgusting. Low key, I'm gonna start judging people who only have Twitter. Oh, okay. No, I can't find the trailers. It's fine. Whatever.
Riverboat, I just wanted to say thank you for what you do. It's people like you that gave me the courage to come out as trans, and stand proudly as who I am. So, thank you, and keep up the good work.
Kalishna, thank you for the $5 dono. And it really does mean the world when folks like you reach out and tell me that I gave you the courage to come out as trans, because I know how hard that can be. And it makes me feel good to know that my courage helped you have courage. You know, like it's the hardest thing I've ever had to do, and if I can help anyone else do the same when they need to, like that is a really great accomplishment. Oh no, that's okay. Very knifey duck. Okay. Now I'm trying to think here. Trying to think. How are we going to... Yes, Riverboat is my first name. Does the new Anonymous have any shot of keeping Twitter dead? I genuinely no idea. I'm not a tech person to ask. I can tell you that their back end on Twitter is extraordinarily weak. But that is about the extent of what I know and what I can comment on. Let's see. Okay, so folks, what we are going to do here is we are going to try to break up this Sam Cedar video as much as possible to make it clear to the algorithm gods that we are using this in fair use, which we are, but the algorithm doesn't really give a shit about fair use, okay? That our mission is to break this up into digestible
Please
chunks.
bring up the confusion from the right that Sam was the conservative, when applicable.
Wait, what? What? Did they just wait? Did conservatives just see like a man with salt pepper hair and assume he was conservative? Because that's pretty fucking funny if so. Also, Sunshine, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. YouTube running away with this stream over here. Let's go. God. River B. Jack, Queen of the Pirates. Hell yeah. I'm the star of Pirates 3. No, not the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Why do you ask? Put it on captions and read it in character. I can't do that. It does sound fun. I do.
Maybe there's certain everything that
That's a lot of work. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. It's a great idea, though. I want to try that on a day when I've prepped for that. Paladin, I love that you understood my reference in a way that no one else in chat seemed to. How's my night? My night's going okay. It's going a lot better because my partner is here and was able to remind me that I have anti-anxiety meds that I usually just avoid using. So it was nice to just not have a full goddamn panic attack in the middle of the night, as is usual for me. So let's watch the little intro of this. Here, you know what? So, folks, a man by the name of Sam Cedar went on a show called Surrounded where he debated a gauntlet of 20 conservative Trump supporters, and I haven't watched it yet, but there's a reason why on my soundboard I have this.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
And let me tell you, Sam Cedar is not a nightmare for any sane person who isn't rabid conservative that doesn't know anything about anything. So I'm really looking forward to this. This is my Christmas 2. This is my Super Bowl 2. You know, like this is what I fucking live for. And I'm real excited. Let's take a look at the intro, shall we?
Like, what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
To
like,
be xenophobic
yes.
nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture.
Which do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
I mean, look, I gotta be
I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting it like right off the bat. I wasn't expecting someone just right off the bat to be like, yeah, what's wrong with being a xenophobic nationalist? What's wrong with hating other people who aren't American? I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? And like, oh, child, like you're asking it with like this innocent naivete, you know, like you've just never had the idea that xenophobia is bad introduced to you before. You know? God, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
Honest with you, like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. Hi, I'm Sam Cedar, host of the Majority Report, and today I am surrounded by 20 conservatives.
Can I just say that one, I have made these subtitles absolutely colossal, and I just noticed. I might keep them. Number two, I know the premise of this is to like turn political debate into like a weird game show for social media clicks. I understand the premise of it, but also my brain is, you know, a bit addled. You know, like when I hear the premise of this show and see like the setup for it, you know, there's a part of my brain that's just like, you know, does anyone get it? I hope you do. Yeah, it's a couch. It's just a couch. There's nothing more to it. It's just a couch. Anyway, today Sam Cedar is surrounded. And yeah. What? Okay. God.
My first claim is Trump.
Wait, fact checked by San? What does that mean? Wait. Go to San Surrounded? Straight Arrow News. This seems fake. Access original Straight Arrow News reporting, opinions, and commentary. One of the wildest things about this to me, like, there we go. Wait, what? Sorry, the top news story is a InfoWars reporter violently killed? Wait, which one? Is it anyone we know? Jamie White. Do I know that? Huh. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is. I feel like maybe I've seen him on the show before. We cover a fair amount of InfoWars, but it's been a while. And of course, Alex Jones is taking the opportunity to blame people he doesn't like for the slaying. Cool stuff. Please be Paul Joseph Watson. All right.
My first claim is Trump's attack on DEI hides his real goal, which is to give corporations more power.
You know what? I love Sam because I guarantee you every single one of his claims are just as solid as this one. Like, oh boy. I gotta be honest, I don't care about the whole, like, who's gonna get there first element of this.
No worries.
All right. I think I have a slight issue with the back end of the premise. I guess Trump's attacks on DEI being a real goal to, give corporations more power. I'd rather center the conversation around the
Oh, this was taped in January, so like not like a week or two. Well, I guess 2 weeks ago would have been January. Yeah. It's oh, dirt. I was like, yeah, if you go back 2 weeks, it's January. Nope, that's February. Yeah. Okay, so Trump would have only been in office for like 2 weeks. Yeah. Cool. Good to know. Also, yeah, this guy this guy has a little bit too much intensity in his eyes. And I don't mean that in a good way. Like, this looks like a guy who would drink the Flavorade at Jamestown, okay? Like, he looks like he's locked in.
Democratic, especially as conservatives, the issues that people have with DEI and why I believe Trump would, want to support the issues that, people are voting for him for.
I mean,
I believe Donald Trump would want to support the issues that people are voting for is his main point. And that is such a bad rebuttal. Resting cult face. Exactly, PC Shores. Oh man, we are going to get some real winners. Did he say anything? No, what he said was essentially... Was that a sentence? It was an attempt at one. What he said was essentially like, well, Donald Trump isn't trying to, get power and money out of this. He's, Donald Trump supports what people voted for him to support. Which, like, he's just following the will of the people, essentially. And, no, he doesn't give a shit about that.
I'm talking about his whole attack on DEI. It's actually DEIA, sure. Right? You know that. Right. In government agencies. The A being...
I love that Sam constantly refocuses it to include the A. Because the A is super fucking important. And one of the things they want to try and hide most about the Donald Trump attacks about what they typically just call DEI. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility.
Being for accessibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think the attack on DEI isn't an attack on people's protections. It's on the other end of the spectrum, right? Wanting to end DEI doesn't want to end protections for someone being disabled, someone being, inaccessible to get into a job. It rather wants to de-incentivize.
Oh boy, you're literally ending the systems that, guys. Okay. One thing you need to understand about the DEIA, right, programs is that, like, and affirmative action in general, is that affirmative action was essentially a set of legal frameworks in order to avoid, like, set it up in order for companies to have plausible deniability that they were not discriminating against, people on the basis of race, gender, sex, etc. That's the entire point of these affirmative action programs. it was to protect the companies first and foremost from those claims. It's the same way with diversity consultants that would get brought in. Those were not necessarily there to actually make a difference in like the culture of a workplace, though in some cases they did. But primarily it was so that when an employee tried to sue the company for discrimination, the company could point at, well, we did diversity, equity, and inclusion training. And we also have these robust affirmative action programs. And that would save them tons of money in lawsuits because the court would just be like, no, sounds like they checked off all of those things, you know? Right? Like that's what they were doing there. It's doing the bare minimum so you don't lose money in lawsuits. And yeah, basically these people's brains are so cooked. These Trump supporting brains are so cooked that that basically they want to roll back these programs because they believe that those programs gave preferential treatment to minorities over, you know, white, straight, cis, het men, you know? That's what they believe. They believe it's you know, the term has fallen out of favor more recently, but it was used so much like a decade ago. And I think it really applies because I think it's patently obvious how ridiculous it is. But they think it's an example of reverse racism, which, you know, is an inherently funny term that I like gets at like kind of a contradiction in their concept of what's happening.
Devise corporations to push them to hire these people on unfair bases, right?
Okay. Yeah, see, they're discriminating against the skilled white workers by hiring the, you know, the non-white workers, you see.
Okay, but DEIA is not about quotas or anything like that. It is about protections for people within these organizations, or to make sure that you have different communities that have the opportunity to apply to these things. So it can mean, within government agencies, it means things like, let's pay interns so that not only wealthy people can have their kids do internships in these agencies.
And that's actually a really, really, really good example, right? Like the idea that unpaid internships were essentially a way to weed out people from lower classes. You know, therefore, like, and it's not always intentional. Sometimes a company just was small, didn't have the means to be able to like hire someone and pay them an intern wage. But like, what is the effect of that? Well, the effect of that is you suddenly don't have an entire swath of people, not because they're not good at the job and not because they aren't talented and not because they couldn't be amazing later on assets to the company, but because they're poor, because their family doesn't have wealth, you know? So that's a really good example. I appreciate Sam being able to bring that up at the drop of a hat and tie it in with DEI, because you can tell that this guy that he's talking to is, when he says DEI, he's thinking of Black people. And Sam positioning this not as only applicable to race, but also to, you know, class, I think is a clever way of redirecting the conversation in a way that this guy is absolutely unprepared for.
Or let's put out notices around different parts of town, metaphorically speaking, so that people know this job exists.
Right. This is where it begins, but this isn't the ultimate goal that conservatives have an issue with. Conservatives don't have.
You know, it's great that he's like, well, yeah, actually, I agree with that one. I agree that you know, we shouldn't. Yeah, we should have policies and programs in place to not discriminate based on class. but you know, ultimately, we as Republicans, we disagree with other things, though.
have an issue with trying to spread job applications to poorer communities.
Well,
so
then
everyone
why
gets
rescind DEIA requirements?
I love Sam knows when to get in there. Sam knows when to get in there. He knows when to take a yes. It's great.
In government agencies.
Because the problem with DEIA is there may not be like perceived actual number quotas, but that's what it devolves into, and especially with corporate.
Well, there might not be actual quotas, but it feels like it devolves into that, and like ultimately that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about, guys. This guy is like, well, there might not actually be quotas, but it feels like it. And to this guy, it's feels over reals. For every single person in this room, it's feels over reals. It doesn't matter what's real. Doesn't matter what the facts are. They just feel like DEIA is bad because in their mind, there's a hypothetical, super competent Ubermensch who's white, who is losing out to these jobs to, black, disabled lesbian who can't do the job as well. And that's just not the case. But that's like their scary idea in their head.
Do you have the evidence of that?
I mean, sure, we can look at corporations that are government agencies that are hiring people on not true, proper bases. We can even look at. Even look at.
Would you have
DNC's,
any evidence that that's happening?
Yeah, even.
Do you have a single shred of any fact to show me that this is happening? Do you have examples? Like, I don't know, like 1, 2, 3?
In the DNC's nomination of Kamala as president this year, there was no reason to nominate Kamala as she was.
There was no reason to nominate Kamala Harris by the DNC. It's not like she was the fucking vice president. Dog. Sam barely has to talk to these people. Sam has said like 3 sentences to this man, and he's already twisted himself into knots. Amazing stuff.
Wasn't democratically selected. She wasn't.
This has nothing to do with DEI, man.
She didn't go through a single primary. None of these things.
So you're saying that Kamala was the vice president of the United States after the president drops out 2 months before the convention. You think that's a DEI?
She wasn't
higher.
Every presidential nominee is democratically selected to be the nominee for that party,
Do you realize
except
there were
for
not
Kamala
even
Harris.
primaries prior to 1972?
Well, sure.
I'm fucking dying. Oh my god. Oh. Do you realize that you literally don't know anything about our political history? Oh my god. One of the best parts about these shows, and I'm usually not a big fan, but this is top tier for me. One of the best parts is that usually every single one of these people who attends these like debates are also like social media figures. So most of these people who are going to come up and try and talk to Sam have their own social media like companies and messaging and like, audiences who support and follow them and think that they're smart. And like they're going to have to go back to their audiences and like explain this shit explain how they got their ass beat so hard. It's gonna be like it's gonna be like Sam used his witchcraft to seduce us with his pepper gray beard, and we were just so distracted that like we couldn't come up with an argument. Like that's like the best they got to explain their poor performance, and I'm here for it. It's a bit. Oh man, no, it's not a bit. It's Christmas too. A new holiday.
But this isn't before 1972.
Well, I understand, but what did you think you were going to run primaries in those 2 months?
Well, sure.
I mean, Joe Biden should have dropped out even 3 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, but even before, when Kamala was running in primaries, she didn't. She wasn't the next man up.
She literally became the vice president, dude. What are you talking about?
She wasn't the next person.
Well, she was the vice president,
right? Of course, but she wasn't in primaries.
Detail. But
right.
listen.
Well,
oh man, does Sam still do stand up? Does Sam still do like stand up comedy? Because like, holy moly, this man! I bet this man had excellent like heckler control. You know, like just. I want to see him. I want to see him roast rowdy audience members. This basically is Sam's stand up. That's true. He is sitting down though, so technically it's his sit down.
Aside from, I would have might have wanted a different candidate as well, but that has nothing to do with Trump.
I'm sorry.
A different candidate as well, but that has.
Look, not to be too down on anyone's appearance, okay? But like, bro, I'm just throwing it out there for you. Do literally anything to not come across like a mass shooter. Do literally anything about your appearance to not come across that way. Like, for example, you could do some paint on eyebrows. Maybe you could do like some paint on eyebrows that make your face look less like you're about to murder somebody. Just, I don't know, like, just spitballing here. Scary as fuck.
Has nothing to do with Trump rescinding orders that basically say you need to search for a wide range of candidates, not necessarily give any different benefits, but you need to make sure different communities have access to the awareness of this job. You need in your office accessibility for people who have physical handicaps.
Sure.
It's always wonderful when people try and argue against DEIA, and then they're like, sure, yeah, I mean, sure, it'd be good if the disabled could get into the building, I guess. But like, it's not like if we took away those programs, disabled people wouldn't be able to get into the buildings. Like, people aren't going to like take away the ramps, Sam, except that's exactly what these companies want to do. It's exactly why conservatives for literal decades have tried to get rid of the ADA. Like, they want to get rid of those things so that they can save money. Like they literally, if you take away these programs, people are going to make it impossible for people with disabilities to get in and use their services or work in their properties. Like, that's just a fact. And we know it's a fact because we can look at history and see when we didn't have those programs and see how life was like. And it was full of discrimination against people with disabilities. God.
You have folks who identify as, as trans. You need to make it at least hospitable and not. This is all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this is all about.
Okay. We're just gonna back up and watch that guy's reaction one more time.
This is all non-discriminatory stuff. That's what this
What the fuck? What the fuck? And I'm just gonna say something here. This guy, look, you might not, you might be like 20, okay? So I'm just throwing this out there. With this haircut and the clothes you're wearing and just how you look, you, my friend, need those anti-discrimination protections. I'm throwing that out there, my guy. Like, you need those. If you don't have those, you're screwed. You have no idea how right you are about this man. Was my assessment of him in the literal, like, 1 second amount of time his face took up the entire screen completely and 100% correct? What can I say? I'm a student of the conservative mind.
This is all
But you're
about.
cherry picking the portions of DEI that even conservatives don't have issue.
They except that they're getting rid of all of the DEI, my guy. They're not like keeping some of the good bits. They're getting rid of all of it. Absolute dick shit.
That guy in the background is giving Sling Blade.
Did text-to-speech just read as I don't know how to react to that. All right. Sorry. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Sorry, you're blue.
Conservatives don't have issues
That's
with
what
making workplaces.
The whole DEI apparatus within our government was a function of doing exactly what I said. Had nothing to do with quotas.
It is unfortunate that those things get taken out, and there might not have been specific
what
numerical
else was he trying to take out?
This guy has no idea what he's talking about.
It's trying to take out people getting jobs that don't deserve those jobs. People getting pushed into.
Example? You were asked for an example before, sir, of people, getting jobs that they don't deserve. And your go-to example was the vice president of the United States succeeding the president of the United States on the ticket when he dropped out of the race. Which is not an example of that. That was your go-to example of a thing, and it wasn't an example of the thing you were talking about. So, like, any other evidence, perhaps?
Positions they have no qualification.
Wait, what the fuck is bro yapping about? Basically, his position is brown people are being hired to do jobs worse compared to white people who would otherwise be hired. If I'm going to like simplify it down, that's his point. He believes that there are hypothetical, white straight men out there who are hyper competent and are being passed over for these jobs in order to give them to Black and brown people who are less qualified. It's just racism. It's just racism. Full stop. And it's racism with a veneer that conservatives love, which is, it allows them amongst themselves to deny that they're racist. They're like, oh, we're not racist. We just want, the best person for the job. And it just so happens that the best person for the job every single time is a white, straight, cis man. They're not racist, though. It's just white, straight, cis people are somehow always the best candidates for the jobs in their minds. Almost like there's something that renders a lot of Black and brown people incapable in their minds of holding said jobs. Why do they drop the A from DEIA? Because in their minds, they're talking about Black people. and it is inconvenient to them to recognize that the gutting of these DEIA programs also includes accessibility, because kind of gives the whole game away, you know?
There is no evidence of what you just said happening in these government agencies.
That's not true at all. I mean, we're not allowed to sit here and have notes and numbers to.
You came to a debate and you don't have like a single goddamn example?
Pull up for you. You can't,
Okay.
you know,
one example.
You can't ask me to pull up numbers where I'm not, you know, I'm not able to sit here and look on a computer for you, but
Give me one example. I can't give you numbers. I can't back up my beliefs. Oh, look, I get all my facts and figures from Q, okay? Like, I need to Google the latest Q drop. And you know what? The best part about this is that I know the entire time here, Sam is sitting there and thinking to himself, please, give me a worthy adversary. I have waited so long. My blade has begun to rust. I require but one warrior of equal cunning to spar with. I must again feel the thrill of battle flow through my veins. And yet there are none worthy to stand and face me. It really does feel like that. Just a...
these are the problems that conservatives...
Sorry, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Thanks, Sam.
I think the roots issue with DEI isn't what the previous gentleman was trying to point. Conservatives aren't necessarily have issues with those things like accessibility to people who might need help. The issue,
you know, like it's always a great moment when someone steps up to debate you and instantly concedes that you have a bunch of really good points. It's always nice when someone comes in and is like, yeah, like DEIA has a lot of really good points, actually. It's like you're already halfway there to admitting that it's good.
Is, and I kind of referred to this before, when you have agencies and systems, what tends to happen when you have government overreach, big government, is that agencies and systems get abused. And I think unequivocally, DEI was heavily abused in practice. It was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure is fine, that a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused.
Okay, now, to be fair,
heavily abused in practice. It was great in theory. It's idealistic, which is sure is fine.
This is the lady from the opening, right? Is she, or is she not just sitting there and thinking like the entire time, why is a black man speaking at this event? Like, I like genuinely just absolute racism eye vibes.
That a lot of people can get behind, but it was abused.
How could they allow one of them in? Like, it's genuine. Like, all of these conservatives hate each other. It's the swastika Karen. Damn, I have not seen that term before. God. Wait, she's unironically an open Nazi? Oh, okay.
In a lot of ways, when you have actors, like we're in California right now, when you have actors, white male actors who are being told, we do not want white men, we're not gonna cast any white men, we only want this particular kind of...
What? I'm sorry. when you're having white male actors being told we do not want white men for this role, what are you talking about, man? That's what casting for movies is. You go out there and you cast movies for the roles you have. Is it too woke now to cast for your movie? Something tells me 12 Years a Slave probably wouldn't have hit as well if it was about a white guy. I think maybe casting Chris Pratt in that role would not, in fact, have led to a good film, actually. I don't know. I don't know. I think that maybe it's actually okay to cast people in movies on a basic level. I think that's fine. Oh god. Oh my god. Yeah, it was a real tragedy when they denied the role of Malcolm X to white men. In the biopic. It's what are you talking about, man? Fucking insane. I'm sorry. I'm having a lot of trouble like getting over this particular argument. God.
Gender, race, right? That is an abuse of a system. It's no longer fair, but more about just
look at his fucking face. Oh god. I'm sorry. It's now it's DEI to cast women in roles and men in roles. What? Yeah, it was really sexist when they didn't cast women for the dancer roles in Magic Mike.
Just perpetuating one aspect of, visual compelling aspects, because at the end of the day, what's going to happen is companies are going to say, well, we want to look the most diverse. Okay, and what that is it's moral ground.
I love that this guy's like, at the end of the day, what it's going to look like is, hypothetically, companies wanting to do this, maybe. It's like, do you have examples of that? And no, you don't.
And standing is saying because we have more black women, we sell better soda, like that.
I got you.
That is not.
Well, that's getting a little far afield from.
I'm sorry. Did he just say that a company is gonna say we've hired more black women, therefore we have better soda products? It was real, a lot of people never understood it, but Gilbert Gottfried was discriminated against his entire career. Not because his voice wasn't right for a lot of roles, but because, he was a white straight cis man, lost out on so many different roles. Belle from Beauty and the Beast, the voice of Pocahontas. He missed out on so many major acting roles because of all of these woke DEI programs. Justice for Gilbert Gottfried. It's fucking no. Every aspect of this, there's no merit to it whatsoever. It's just insanity. It's just reactionary insanity.
what Trump's DEI orders are. But I can tell you, as somebody who was a sitcom actor in the 90s, I would walk into a room and everybody I would see would look like me. And I was doing a second position, which doesn't even exist anymore, where you do 2 pilots a year. And I was looking around basically every part of television when I was a kid. I was centered in some fashion. It was either this is about my mother, or this is about my father, or someone like me was centered. So, you know, we can argue as to whether or not Hollywood is overcorrected in some fashion. But on a governmental level, the DEIA directives that agencies were following for the past 4 years is nothing. I don't know what.
I love that Sam is able to like address the weird segue into acting, and then but then it manages to bring it back around to government regulation, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the government.
What you mean by abuse on it, but there is no evidence that it was an affirmative action program in those instances. It was about anti-discrimination. You cannot discriminate against these people, and you want to open up opportunities for a broad swath of people. Again, the internship is...
Wait, Super Jet Guy, like they're already saying that. They're already saying that because their main stance is that, like, white, straight, cis men are being discriminated against in Hollywood because casting decisions exist for a limited number of roles. So, like, they're already saying that's already baked into the argument.
It's like one of the most material things that exist there, where the idea that you need to pay interns. And that's important because you want low-income people to have the same sort of like opportunities to see these things as wealthy people. You know, my kids can maybe afford to do an internship for the summer instead of going to get a job.
I think what's happening is we're talking about 2 different things.
Well, again, but I'm talking about Trump's DEIA rescission is a way of basically driving people out of these agencies, making it
it's amazing. Like, he's like, oh well, we're talking about 2 different things. It's like, you brought a knife to a gunfight, my friend.
You're saying Trump specifically, and I understand why you're saying Trump, but I think the American people as a whole.
Wait, but the topic is literally Trump's attacks on DEI hide his real goal, which is to give corporations more power. Like, that's the prompt.
Have kind of, and I won't say whole because obviously it's not 100%, but a majority of the American people have kind of rejected DEI because, again,
citation fucking needed.
I think a majority of Americans know what DEIA is.
That may be the case, but again, my point is we're talking.
Can I just say, when you say the majority of Americans believe X with no backing whatsoever, and then it's about DEIA, and like someone's just like, no one even knows what this is. Most people have no fucking idea what DEIA means. And like, on top of that, you're like, well, you know, that sure, maybe, like, what are you doing? You're already floundering so hard. Yeah, it over and over again, the pattern is that may be true. You may be 100% correct about that.
Talking about abuse of a system. What you're talking about is...
Wait, what does the A stand for? It stands for accessibility. Like, for example, like accessible workplaces for people who, you know, have mobility disabilities, so that they can come in and work and aren't discriminated against. Because, like, in the old days, what would happen is if you had a disability, like, your company would be like, well, you can't get in the door, so we're not going to hire you. But some of these accessibility programs, like the ADA, for example, require buildings to have like elevators, ramps, etc. Yeah. Railings in bathrooms, you know, wheelchair accessible bathrooms. Stuff like that, Aren't veterans also recognized under DEIA? Yes. There are a lot of veterans that are, disabled. Did people even use it with the A on the end before Trump's executive order? They did, but it was broadly being used by conservatives to attack, race programs based on race, gender, sexuality, etc. But like internal to the government, it's called DEIA. Yeah, you have to keep in mind a lot of these buzz terms like critical race theory, CRT, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, they're all demonized and like injected into the conservative consciousness by Christopher Rufo, who's one of the most prolific conservative hatchet men around. He's also the guy who popularized trans kids in sports as like the wedge issue to politicize trans people. He's had his finger in all kinds of different pies. And awkwardly, in the time we live in, he's put out a statement confirming that his wife is undocumented. It's very bizarre.
Not necessarily what was happening. What people were seeing were, hey, because you're white.
What people were seeing, citation needed.
You can't do this, and liberals like to do this thing where they create systems, and then they created the whole idea of woke, and then they backed away, and then conservatives say woke, and then they're like, we don't know what woke is. They created DEI. Biden literally said Kamala Harris is being chosen because she is a black woman, and then all of a sudden Democrats for the rest after that said that's not why she was chosen, even though Biden literally said that. And then we have this cognitive dissonance as if we're not living in.
It's insane because nothing he said has anything to do with the prompt or the talking point or the argument. Literally nothing he said had anything to do with this.
Biden wanted to make sure that there was that there was an opportunity for a black woman to be his vice president.
Yes, so why did
It's amazing. It's fucking crazy. They all giggle like there's blood in the water because like we had a black woman as vice president for the first time. Like that's kind of a big deal. Like I don't know, it is a meaningful opportunity.
Democrats move away from that and say no, it wasn't because she was a black woman. My point is that
it's not because she's a black woman.
But that's what they said. I can agree that it's not because she's a black woman, but that's what they said. Why did they say that then?
No, because there are plenty of black women, right? Like he could have picked anybody, but he picked specifically her. You're positing the idea that there wasn't a black woman who would have been qualified for that position.
No,
and I don't believe that.
No, that's not what conservatives aren't saying, that there aren't, because again, and even
it's interesting because that is what you're saying, though. You're saying that there aren't any qualified black women because the only reason someone would pick Kamala Harris is because she's an unqualified black woman. That's what you are saying. That she was unqualified for the job because, there were more qualified white women or white men out there.
Even in the Republican Party right now, and in Trump's cabinet, there are people of color that Democrats pretend don't exist, like J.D. Vance's wife, and
J.D. Vance's wife is not in the cabinet.
No,
I fucking love that. I fucking love it. Well, a white man married a woman of color, so obviously he can't be doing and saying racist things, is one of the most insane takes you could possibly have. One of the most... Guys, there are so many people who date like someone of color who are still racist. The guy who popularized critical race theory and demonized DEI, his wife is from India. Like, I don't know. You can be hella racist and still like date somebody who's non-white.
But if JD Vance
It's not like some weird get out of jail free card that you can play.
was a Democrat, his wife would be lauded all over everything because of her color of her skin.
Listen, I'm not here to.
What the fuck? Hey, does anyone remember when Kamala Harris's husband was white and was constantly lauded for the color of his skin? Does anyone remember that? Does anyone? No. Oh, okay. Because that's fucking weird as hell.
To defend the Democrats' choice on every policy, but there is one party in this country that is identitarian. There is one party that is represented and it is homogenous, and it is the Republican Party. 85% of Republicans are white. That's just the reality of it.
So does that
Some
mean
people
that?
don't necessarily have a problem with that.
But here's the thing.
Interesting point to throw out there, Sam. I don't think I don't think that this guy is really prepared to deal with that, frankly.
The night before last, I emailed Gavin Newsom to let him know that platforming Charlie Kirk is a great way to be voted out of office.
Excellent work, One-Eyed Heathen. We need 1 million more like you. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate the support.
You said even if let's just say, okay, that's true. 80% of Republicans are white. Does that mean that they're less moral? That they can't
It's not
run
a question of.
You know, it's really interesting here that like he hears 85% of the Republican Party is white, and he's like, does that mean they're less moral? Like, that wasn't the point Sam was making there, bud, but it's really interesting that your brain went there. It's really interesting where your brain took that immediately. Interesting stuff. Oh, and Super Jet Guy, it's not a kimono, it's a button-up shirt that I have tied at the waist. Yeah, it's kind of telling on yourself a little bit. Exactly.
They can't run an effective government. What does race have to do? What does race have to do? Hold on. What does
Donald Trump didn't have to say, my vice president's going to be a white male.
No.
Because they all knew it was going to be.
No, this is the premise of DEI. What does race have to do with running an effective government? What does race have to do? If let's say DEI on the micro level.
I will tell you right now.
DEI on the micro level at McDonald's.
I'll tell you.
Am I going to get better nuggets?
Listen, I'll ask you a question.
If the cashier is black or white,
I will.
What?
Whoa. You know, can Sam answer the question? This guy's been just talking back to him a lot, like just like talking over him, you know? Like, you know, kind of the way someone does when they're scared to continue engaging with this topic, you know? The DEI chicken nuggets aren't real. They can't hurt you.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'll tell you what it is. First of all, DEIA means that if you come into this agency or corporation, you're not going to be discriminated against because you don't look like everybody else, or you don't have the same like physical abilities as everybody else, or you may require handles on the bathroom or whatever it is. That's what DEIA does. But does it make a government better if there's a broad representation of the people it's supposed to govern? Without a doubt.
Yep. I think the example I would introduce if I was in Sam's place would be like an example from Silicon Valley, right? There's like a really famous, let me see if I can just find it real quick. Oh, thank you for the $20 dono,
I found
one-eyed
that calling
heathen.
congrats people after hours and leaving a message is a great way to completely bypass my fear of dealing with people. Might not be back before end of stream, so here is another dono.
Well, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it, and yeah, that can very much that can make a difference, you know. Here. This is a good example, and maybe a better one than what I was going to go with. Okay. But very specifically, here's from Johns Hopkins, Bloomberg School of Public Health. The problem with pulse oximeters: a long history of racial bias. And this is from last year. Okay. Now, basically, what's a pulse oximeter? It's a small device that clips around your finger and like shines a light through your skin, and measures your pulse and like blood oxygen, and generally is used to measure your vitals, right? However, there is a problem there. And it's a problem that's been known about since the 1990s, which is that the light these monitors use is designed to work better with white skin, because they were designed only with white people working on it, right? And so the pulse oximeters don't work as well with darker skinned folks. It's if let's see. Yeah. In 2022, the global pulse oximeter market was valued at 2.4 billion and is expected to reach 5.4 billion by 2033. But even though we've known that there is an issue when it comes to dark skin not being read properly by these sensors, it is only recently that people have started saying, hey, maybe we should address this. And yeah, let's just take a look here, okay? Until recently, these findings were largely ignored and even denied by both manufacturers and regulators, and not well understood by clinicians, and allowing for the widespread proliferation of biased devices. In turn, regulations have not required that the devices work well across the full range of skin tones. Manufacturers have continued making devices designed to work best on lighter skin, and clinicians and medical students have largely been unaware of pulse oximeters' shortcomings. And COVID-19 was the turning point here, right? But like, a lot of this came out of the company Nellcore in 1981, right? And a lot of the people and scientists working on this had fairer skin, right? So they designed a device, and because it was a largely homogenous group of people designing this device and testing this device, and because those people tended to have light skin, the problem just went undiscovered and proliferated. This is a case where diversity in that room would literally lead to better devices that save more lives. When we talk about the need for diversity in the room, that's why. When we're talking about governmental policy, we want the perspectives of people from all different walks of life so we can figure out who is going to be impacted, because different people from different walks of life think differently, and that diversity of thought is, in fact, a strength. It's not rocket science, but the same problem that plagues pulse oximeters is the same kind of problem that plagues different technologies as well, like motion sensors in different buildings, or in like soap dispensers or what have you. It also plagues things like self-driving cars as another one. And like so many different aspects of this that need to be addressed and are addressed by having a diverse group of people in the room.
Without a doubt.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Regardless of DEI, don't we already have things in our Constitution that protect people's rights, protects people?
No.
We don't.
Oh no, dude, no, we don't. Sweet summer child. No.
Don't?
No.
Do we or do we not?
No, we do not. Tell me what protects people from discrimination in housing and in work and hiring or getting loans. It's all statutes. It's all statutes. And in these government agencies, there was nothing except for that order. That's why Trump just rescinded it.
I'm gonna tap out because I think someone else has a better, can defend that point specifically better than me.
All right.
He literally ran out of there as fast as he could go. That's incredible. I need to go smooch my partner. Good night. I need to go before it's too late. Sha. Beep boop. I'm back, everybody. Remember, folks, hit that like button. I had to smooch my partner and tuck her into bed, make sure she had everything she needed, and tell her how much I love her. So I know that was a little bit longer than maybe you guys expected, but thank you for being patient. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it has to be a little bit of a longer smooch when my partner goes to bed, you know. It's Sam and Moose's 30th birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sam and Moose. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Oh, God. Also, folks, we've been going for over 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is only possible because you guys support the stream. Literally, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. You're welcome, Sam and Moose. And I'm having just a devilishly good time covering all of this stuff. Nekosaurus, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, folks, go follow Nekosaurus. One of the best VTubers in the game. How many moose years is that? 47, apparently. Also, chat, would you believe that we are only 13 minutes into this video? Would you believe we are only 13 minutes into this Jubilee video? We are 1/10 of the... This may be kind of a multi-part adventure as we make our way through this, but like it's fascinating. I gotta be honest. I'm absolutely fascinated. We might take a day tomorrow to like go through this in more depth, you know? Also, how are we looking on those YouTube likes? I gotta take a look. Let's see here. We got almost 300 people watching on YouTube. And you know what? 182 likes. I think we can hit 200.
Watching the single gear turning in all of their heads was almost as painful as watching Chuck Schumer praise discount Katie Britt.
Yeah. It is almost as painful. Like they share one brain cell. It's crazy. Yeah, we haven't gotten to like the most devastating parts of this yet. Oh God. All right. Good night, Dragonfly, and pet your cat extra for all of us. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you for keeping the riverboat afloat. Appreciate you. All right. I will say, I don't know what this guy's deal is, but I appreciate his awkward Bowser cosplay. Yeah, it's a good commitment to the bit. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. And you got Zeke the Beast, too. Couldn't have gone to one of the better members of chat. Thank you so much. All right. I love that this guy's just like, I'm going home.
Please return to your seat.
Oh no.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay. When it comes to DEI, essentially, if a person was not racist, he would hire someone regardless, right? So why would we need a policy to protect a person if we've moved past racism? So would you consider yourself racist?
Wait, are you suggesting we've moved past racism?
Oh no. Oh no. How, Chad, how are, like, this is a gold mine. Like, literally every, like, 5 seconds of this is, like, clippable in some way. You know, like it's just like a shot, reverse shot, and by the reverse shot, shot, reverse shot, by the time the shot rolls back around, like, your opponent's already cooked.
Would you consider yourself racist?
I consider myself, and sometimes I think we all practice like some form of, white supremacy. I think actually like we all do to some degree.
Well, I'm glad that you're saying that. So I guess going to the LGBT topic, it seems like it's very prevalent for you as an issue.
Well, it seems like a big issue. I mean,
I love that, like, Sam's like, yeah, I think everyone has like some racial biases that they need to contend with, and like, yeah, and this guy's just like, okay, and then moves on immediately.
The Republican Party spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars demonizing trans people.
Well, the reason why they've done something like that, and I think you're misconstruing the narrative, they haven't demonized them. They simply want protections.
They've literally called us demons. Like, I'm sorry, but like that, trying to reframe it there doesn't really work when literally paid transphobic content creators call us demons. It's not an exaggeration.
Back for their own children, because children are being stripped away from their parents.
Who's their own children? Wait, children are being stripped away from their parents?
Yes, due to AB 954, they've now included gender identity as a premise to remove and strip parental rights for children who maybe they are.
This guy is so fucking insincere. It's kind of endearing, like the transparency of his ploy is like, I don't know, like watching someone who's never told a lie before think that they're clever by telling a lie.
Rejecting their gender ideology.
So, but you'd be okay with parents who agree with their children's doctors to provide gender-affirming care?
I do not agree with that. Do you?
I believe that parents and doctors can make those decisions with the kids.
If a child can't smoke, drink, or have sex before the age of 18.
He's so unprepared for the rebuttal of like, yeah, I think that parents and doctors can make those decisions with their child, and he's like, children can't smoke or drink or have sex before the age of 18. And it's like, buddy, I got some news for you on those fronts. I got some news for you on those fronts. Okay? No one under 18 in America smokes, drinks, or has sex. Buddy, I got some news for you, okay? And also, the difference there is that a doctor would advise against a teenager smoking, drinking, having sex, etc. But a doctor might prescribe gender affirming therapies for a trans child because these are not the same things.
They should not be able to consent to a sex change. Now, in
Well,
terms of a
I don't know that
DEI
they can,
initiative, the reason why there's military bans on trans women and trans men is because they do not have the ability to cooperate at a mental capacity when they're constantly undergoing hormone treatment as well as.
That's just not true. Like, we've had trans people in the military for like decades. It's just not true.
As depression pills, as well as different mood stabilizer pills.
Yeah, dog. No one in the military takes depression pills or mood stabilizers.
And so when you go out to combat, do you really think you're going to bring an ice cooler pack with your, whether that be hormone, estrogen, or whatever it may be? Well,
yeah, they have doctors with them when they go out. Like, has he never heard of like a medic or like a military doctor or anything like that? Like, if they can transport fucking tanks to the other side of the planet, my guy, they can transport medicine. It's what are you doing?
while you're about to shoot someone of the opposing war.
Well, the executive orders that Trump gave were DEIA orders that had to do with agencies that have nothing to do with the military.
Yes, they do. Yes, they absolutely do.
The FDA, they just revoked the ability of the Air Force to teach Air Force members about the Tuskegee Airmen.
Well,
what are we talking about here?
Okay, well,
honestly, like they're rewriting history.
Well, that's your perspective, right? But
they're removing books about slavery from military libraries. But that's just your perspective if you think it's rewriting history. By the way, in case you were like, that seemed like an oddly specific thing to mention, Jack, that's because I did a segment like a week ago about how, in fact, as part of these DEI executive orders from Trump, they are, in fact, removing books about slavery from military libraries for children being raised on military bases. So that's a thing that's already happening.
But at the end of the day, if a person...
Tuskegee Airmen, we can all agree, existed, right?
Just listen to this. If you were racist, right, and you were an employer, and if you wanted to absolutely be racist and exercise that, you would. I think DEI sort of prevents people from seeing the reality. If a person truly wanted to...
Wait, we should get rid of DEI programs so that we can see who the racists are? And we should allow rampant discrimination because then we'd know who's racist is maybe one of the most insane things I've ever heard in my life. Dog, what? Who are the Tuskegee Airmen? Oh God, can I find like a little video for you? Here. Oh, here.
They were pioneers who blazed a trail through the war-torn skies over Europe. Before the Tuskegee Airmen of World War II, no black American had ever been a U.S. military pilot. After the Tuskegee Airmen, the U.S. military would never be the same.
Yeah, it literally helped to integrate like the military. It was good stuff.
Widespread discrimination prevented African Americans from flying during the First World War. For the next 20 years, the pressure would slowly build to allow black pilots to serve in the sky. Finally, in 1941, the Army launched what it called an experiment, the segregated 99th Fighter Squadron. That squadron would train at an airfield near Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, and thus the Tuskegee Airmen were born. To be clear, not every airman was a pilot. For every man who flew, there were 10 keeping him in the air, men and women, military and civilian, who served on ground duty support, like mechanics, supply personnel, cooks, and more. And not all were black. Some were white or Latino or Native American. One notable woman who helped the Tuskegee Airmen take off into history was the First Lady of the United States. Eleanor Roosevelt visited the squadron in 1941 and insisted a black pilot take her up, and that photographs would be taken. These photographs helped convince President Franklin Delano Roosevelt to send the unit into action, first in North Africa and later in Europe. The 99th, along with other squadrons, would later form the 332nd Fighter Group in Europe, their planes boasting tails painted bright red.
George Lucas made a film. I think George Lucas made a film, Red Tails. It's about the Tuskegee Airmen after the red tails on their fighter planes. And she this entire thing was groundbreaking for the time. Meant a huge amount to African Americans and to the wider security of the nation. Generally considered massive war heroes, and to the extent that like they were initially not given like direct combat roles, and instead were, running patrol routes, and they actually had to go and fight the U.S. military to let them know we want to go and fight for real and not just be symbolic. So that's kind of the deal.
The airmen would fly more than 15,000 sorties, completing an unequaled 1,500 combat missions, all while showing great courage, skill, and dedication. Among their decorations, 150 distinguished flying crosses. Squadron leader Benjamin O. Davis Jr. would eventually rise to the rank of 3-star general, receiving a 4th star post-retirement. The Tuskegee Airmen were deactivated in 1946. The experiment a great success, but more than that, the brave flyers had proved themselves in combat, and their performance helped pave the way for desegregation of the military in 1948. Today, the National Park Service...
Yeah, why didn't you learn about this in school? Racism. Yeah.
Service's Tuskegee Airmen National Historic Site in Alabama helps tell their story and preserves their memory for all time.
Yeah. There you go. So, maybe forgetting them from history and not having them taught via executive order is probably bad. Maybe just throwing it out there.
To hire you based on your intellect, based on your skill set, they would. DEI essentially provides tax cuts for the end of the year when you create your tax returns. They give you a tax credit for hiring someone who is black or a person of color. I don't know if you knew that.
In these agencies?
In agencies and private
in government
businesses.
Agencies, they don't get tax cuts for hiring people
and
of
the
color.
other thing
I'm sorry. I didn't know it could get this stupid. Chat, why does he think government agencies get tax cuts? Who told him that? Did someone train him wrong as a joke? Is this a Wimp Low situation? Did he go to school and they just taught him things that were just blatantly untrue to see as part of like a prolonged experiment to see how an actual moron would navigate society. Like, I don't understand it. I'm 2 seconds from it getting dumber. I don't believe you. I can't believe you. Child left behind alert.
The other thing I want to
discrimination.
the other thing I want to kind of state here is that I've realized that a lot of the times with the liberals is that you guys push for example, for DEI and people of Latino or Hispanic descent. And a lot of the times what you don't realize is you're actually doing more harm than good by putting them in positions where you make them believe that it's based on the color of their skin. It's based on
DEIA does
What?
not is not.
It's based on merit. DEI emphasizes color, skin color,
No,
physical
it
attributes.
says that the people who work in your agency, it's about anti-discrimination.
Discrimination against what?
Against people who may have different.
Does he? I'm sorry. Does he genuinely not understand? Does he genuinely not understand that, like, what discrimination is? Does, like, when he says discrimination, what does he think it means? Us liberals push for people to not be as stupid and misinformed as that guy. No kidding, Mr. Anderson. He saw Obama get elected as a kid and thought racism was over. It might not be far from the truth.
Cultural mores may have different.
But that's irrelevant to a job, right? It should be based on merit. And
yeah, it should be. Which is why you have a bunch of programs to stop discrimination in the workplace. The point of the programs is to stop the discrimination on the basis of those physical characteristics. What is the disconnect here? This is purposeful. I genuinely don't believe that. I think this guy. I think these people are just dumb as bricks.
And that is the emphasis
People
here.
get hired as a merit, but if the
not if you get a tax
if the DEIA,
get a tax cut. Holy fuck, dude.
I'm talking about Trump's rescission of these orders
If you received a
on
tax
these
cut
agencies.
as an employer, wouldn't you hire a person of color?
Dude,
if you could pay.
How have they not kicked him yet? He's saying government agencies get tax cuts. What the fuck what does that even mean in his head? Does he think like the head of an agency is getting like kickbacks from the government for hiring like black people? Does he think that like if a government agency hires like a black person, like the government agency, like the head of the government agency gets a check from the US government? Cuz that's fucking crazy, dog. Yeah, I mean, he's either one of the dumbest people I've ever seen, or he's a shill. But I'm not exactly sure what being a shill in this context would get him. You know,
pay them less.
Listen, we're talking about government agencies.
I really hope he preserves his. I hope he donates his body to science. You know, like it's just incredible. We need to understand. We need to understand the void between his ears.
That do not get tax cuts. They don't. Government agencies.
They don't.
No,
yes, they do. They absolutely do.
I'm talking about
every private and public sector gets tax cuts when you hire a person of color.
Oh my God.
Government agencies don't pay taxes. Government agencies operate are funded by the government.
That is not true. That is not true. And you know what?
Oh, the long long-suffering face of one Samuel Cedar. Oh my god.
I think the whole juxtapose of this entire conversation.
What month is this?
I think the whole juxtapose.
He literally looks at the camera. He literally looks at the camera. Oh my god. Oh my god, I need to screenshot this. I need to screenshot this particular moment just so I can use it for the thumbnail, if for nothing else. Holy moly.
Of this entire conversation.
What month is this?
This is January.
Okay, so we can agree on that. The FDA does not pay taxes. It does not get a tax cut because it doesn't pay taxes. DEIA forces them as an agency to say if you have a job opening, you must do your best efforts to make sure that every
but like that's the thing. That's why I was doing a bit earlier about like about how like Sam just yearns for an actual opponent. He yearns for the fight. You know, his long rusted blade, like stained with the blood of 1,000 unworthy foes, and his heart sings for combat once more to make him feel the thrill of going toe to toe with someone who is capable of having like a rational argument with him. God.
I like that. I love me a buzzword. You must do your best effort. I love that buzzword.
Okay, pause.
Because you feel like you have to. You're pressured to.
Yeah.
You're pressured. You're pressured into doing better.
Yes.
You shouldn't be pressured to hire someone based on skin color.
No, not to hire someone on skin color, but put up notice about that the job exists. Make sure that you put it in different communities so that you have as wide an application pool as possible.
And therefore you get tax cuts.
All right, return to your
At the
seat.
end of the year when you file taxes, you get a tax cut for hiring someone who speaks
Please
a different
return to your
language or
seat.
different skin color.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The tripling down on this is fucking crazy, dog. I hope this man is embarrassed.
I don't know how to respond to that.
That was fucking crazy. Genuine question, because I've been racking my brains to try and figure out what he might be like confusing for tax cuts, and I genuinely have no idea what he might be referring to. Is there anything, or is he just made this up whole cloth? Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe like, I don't know, conservative batshit radio.
Have you heard the gospel of the single brain cell?
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, and I have indeed heard the good news of the unitary cell. You know, the bliss that can be found by relieving yourself of the burden of the trillions of neurons that currently pulsate through your mind in favor of just the one eternal cell. Let your thoughts slow. Let your higher functions dwindle, and find oneness within the one. Unitary executive cell, genuinely.
How you doing?
Can I note something? Like, I don't really care about this musical chairs thing. Literally no one else was getting up except for these two guys. No one else even wanted to make a play for it after this.
How you doing?
So I want a little bit more clarification, because I don't even know if we got it yet, on which part benefits corporations, like from your perspective.
So agencies, the U.S. government.
I love that we're now arriving at the part of the show where everyone has suddenly internally gone,
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Whoa, what a fucking nightmare.
and now they're just genuinely coming in here to ask him questions. They're genuinely just like, so how do you think this works?
Government agencies, the vast majority of them, what they function to do is inhibit corporations from essentially externalizing their costs onto society.
Sure.
So
I do have a button on the soundboard for that, Kalishna, because it's surprising how often it comes up.
The example would be, I used it before, but it's a good one. I'm making Teflon, C8, for instance, okay? And C8 is supposed to be burned because instead of deposited, because it's a forever chemical. And I can go out and instead of burning it, it's too expensive to burn it, I'm gonna dump it into a river. And the EPA comes in and says, you can't do that, we're gonna fine you. You're not allowed to do this. But what the company is doing when they do that is they're gonna take the profits that come with lowering their costs by dumping it into the river. And those costs are then borne by everybody who lives around that river. They're gonna get cancer, they're gonna get gastrointestinal problems, whatever it is. And society bears the cost of that.
Can you connect the dots for me, though? Because
he just connected the dots for you, man. Yeah, the company dumps the stuff in the river because it's cheaper to dump it than to properly dispose of it. The community around that bears the costs because the company saved costs by not properly disposing of the chemicals. That means they have more money, and they use that money to give those to pump up their profits and give those out to shareholders and their private owners, shareholders if they're public, private owners if they're not. That's how this works, right? The regulations prevent them from doing that. When you deregulate, that allows for that type of exploitation of the community, exploitation of the commons, as it were.
It sounds like we're talking about something completely different.
And so the DEIA stuff is just the beginning of demoralizing these agencies and trying to wreck them from the inside. It's all part of Russell Votes thing, the OMB, the whole Schedule F, where they get rid of civil servants and they demoralize people and they don't want them to be able to function.
So then would you agree, if this is about demoralizing, I mean, over 75 million people voted for Trump, right? He won the popular vote. Do you not think that in part, you even said yourself that Americans don't really know what DEIA is, according to your definition of it?
Well, the government's definition of it.
Okay, well, I would argue that the average American is demoralized by what they've seen, the way that the government goes about their DEI policy.
But if most people don't know what the DEI policies are, then that can't possibly... You've already said, most people... You've already kind of accepted the premise most people don't know what DEIA is. So you can't say, people are demoralized by... You can't say people are demoralized by something they don't know about. Sorry, that the logic doesn't follow there.
Policies in the military and other organizations, not just the military.
Please return to your seat.
Okay.
Hey, before we go any...
No, we're good. So, folks, we have now finished part 1 of our journey through this miraculous and wonderful tale. And we're going to continue on this journey, but I think I'm going to need to break this up into chunks because I'm having a lot of fun breaking it down bit by bit, moment by moment as we go through it. I feel like you guys are having fun with it too. Hope I'm not off base on that. And yeah. Oh, we're not even a third of the way through, Neon. We're like maybe a fifth of the way through. We're 20 minutes into a 90-minute video. But folks, this is the end of part 1. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Very important that you like it and share the stream if you are enjoying it. And consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc.
The average death cultist isn't demoralized by anything, as can be seen by none of these 20 just getting up and leaving.
Sake Tenuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. And I like being able to continue living in this hell world and talking about it so that we can maybe make it better. And also, yeah, I do think, though, they are a bit demoralized because apparently most of them shut down their social media accounts after this because conservatives were mad that they didn't argue the conservative points well enough. And honestly, let's be real here. There is no possible way any of these people could have argued conservative points well enough because there aren't good conservative arguments. At least not for these. Not for the horrors that Donald Trump is unleashing. You know? Have we gotten to the airheaded Nazi chick yet? We have not gotten that far yet. You like the stream and headed over to the website, chat? Hit the mat. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, no, conservatives were mad, and there was a certain faction of conservatives on social media that thought Sam Cedar was a conservative. Yeah. Look, they're not... Wasn't Cat Turd one of the people who got that wrong? Yep. These people just don't... They're a lot of conservatives are just fundamentally incurious. Like, they don't care to actually follow up on anything. They don't care to actually read or apply critical thinking skills. And so they just kind of regurgitate stuff or say things that they feel seem true. You know, it's all about seeming.
This crowd generally gives the ginger cat theorem a run for its money.
Wait, what is the ginger cat theorem? I don't know that one. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, though. I appreciate it. Sometimes, yeah, it's all vibes based, Mr. Miyagi. You get it. Exactly. The entire part of why there's like a crystal mommy path into, fascism, conservatism, etc., is because it's all vibes. You know, the vibes of the crystal mommy eventually can turn into the vibes of the conservative mommy. A Gorefield reference? The Gorefield theorem? Orange cats usually share a brain cell? I see. Almost 20 years later, I'm a freedom-loving commie? Hell yeah, John Smith. That's the kind of evolution we'd love to see. Just thinking of earlier today when my kid was playing an RPG and asked me if they were allowed to take an item laying on the ground in a house before picking it up. Harold, that is cute as hell. That is cute as fuck. Okay. I think we will do one more section because it is currently 3 o'clock in the morning, but I really want to get through more of this. And we'll get through maybe the rest of it tomorrow, maybe just a bit more of it tomorrow. But I want to savor Sam Cedar's appearance on this show because I really like Sam Cedar debates, and we need more people who are dumb enough to debate him, you know? Because most of the smart conservatives won't even talk to him because they know he'll make them look bad. So let's dive into one more segment here. Let's go. Thanks for being here, folks. So, folks, we have seen Sam Cedar now destroy several brainlets, I think, maybe, to be generous. And I, for one, am excited to see more brainlet destruction. And, you know, it's not really a fair fight, but there's still an element to it that's very satisfying to me. You know, there's still like watching the fear in their eyes as they realize,
Oh no, Sam Cedar! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
And I'm excited. I'm excited for more of that. You know, I like getting use out of the "Oh no, Sam Cedar" button on my soundboard, and this is funny as hell. Jubilee could have done the funniest thing and tricked Crowder to come when Sam was there. That would have literally been Christmas 2 and 3 together. God. Let's dive in here, folks. New prompt. Unless you're a billionaire, religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. Hell yeah, Sam. Go hard. Get him, Sammy.
Okay, so let's talk.
Oh man, round 2 with this guy. Let's go.
Go one aspect, religious fundamentalists. What benefit would religious fundamentalists get? And also, can you define what is a religious fundamentalist?
Yeah, what benefits would a religious fundamentalist get from the guy who is supported by the Christian nationalists?
Maybe you could say more of like a Christian nationalist.
Okay.
In this instance. But things like, you know, the attacks on trans folks, the attacks on a woman's right to choose, the idea that we're going to get stuff like an enhanced RFRA, which is going to mean that if you're a pharmacist and you don't want to provide birth control, you may not have to.
Don't you think you're assuming that
if you believe that public education, we should take that money and pour it into religious schools, you're gonna get a benefit out of a Trump administration.
Yeah, but don't you think you're assuming that the vast majority of Americans who are moderates?
Like, what do you think you're gonna get out of the Trump administration?
Economic relief. That was
what kind of
some economic relief, huh? Just some high quality economic relief. Just some really top tier economic relief, huh?
Go fuck yourself.
Oh man, they're literally screwing us so hard.
economic relief. They're going to cut Social Security. You're going to have to pay for your parents. They're going to cut when they go after the agencies like they're going after, right? This is outlined in Project 2025. Russ Vought, who's going to be the OMB head, he was the OMB head the first time around. He wrote all the book on this stuff.
Okay, well, you bring up Project 2025.
When you cut agencies and go after them, and you fire all the inspector generals so that they're not being able to make sure that the agencies are working, who do you think profits from that? It's corporations. They're going to go after agencies that make sure your food is not full of botulism, that your air is not full of mercury, that your water is not full of C8. This is what they're going to do. Agencies exist to curb corporations from externalizing their costs and privatizing their profits.
I do really love that Sam keeps coming back to like kind of the core of what regulations and what agencies do. It prevents them from they want to privatize the profits, and they want to economically disperse the costs. Pay as little as possible while making as much money as possible. Like that, it's basic capitalism. You don't have to be a genius to understand that basic premise and what would push a company to do some of these things, especially when you take into consideration that oftentimes, with the weakening of these agencies and these regulations, the fines and the fine structures that exist do not adequately even punish companies that get caught. And so oftentimes, the punishment for getting caught is less than the profit they make for doing it in the first place. And that's a result of deregulation, of defanging these agencies,
So it may be cheaper for a company to dump their chemicals into a river than it is for them to dispose of it in a safe way. And so they get the profits from that, but the costs are borne by society. They're borne by society in the form of people get cancer. They're borne by society in terms of we've got to do the cleanup. That's what agencies do.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
It's good. Hey. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Okay, so I would like to touch on the religious fundamentalist aspect.
Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm a Reformed Jew. I don't have a strong belief in the existence of God, but I don't think that religion in and of itself is bad.
Okay, so what's
fair answer. I've never heard him really talk at length about his religious views, so this could actually be interesting, just because I find Sam to be an interesting guy, and his perspective, I think, is valuable.
What's wrong with religious fundamentalists? So when you said trans rights and women's rights or something like that?
Well, the problem I have with religious fundamentalists, and really more, I guess it's really theocrats, is that they want to impose their morality that comes from their religion on the rest of us, and I don't.
But morality, from your view, is going to be a preference, right? It's not morality; it's a preference. So morality without a foundation is going to reduce you to a preference.
Well, I have a foundation for my morality.
Which is what?
It's a humanist vision of what basically creates as little suffering as possible for as many people.
Okay, so you're like a consequentialist? Utilitarian?
I don't really bother myself with being a consequentialist or a utilitarian.
It's always going to reduce you.
Playing into these games of labeling, it just, unless you want to discuss philosophy, it's not terribly useful.
to a preference. So if you say that killing is wrong and I say it's right, you would really have no contention with that.
Well, no, I don't base my understanding of civil society on religion. And so we have a civil society. Okay. We have laws that we have decided as a society in a democratic way. And for some people, it's okay for it to be informed by their religion. That's okay.
Okay, perfect. So if tomorrow society comes together and we say, hey, trans folks don't deserve rights, you would be okay with that?
No, I would be against it, but I mean, it would be
morally right under your view.
Not morally right. No. I'm not talking about morals.
Okay,
here.
so here's where I'm getting to, right? Religious foundations provide an ethical framework for one to live their life off of.
I believe you can have an ethical framework without religion.
And if we take the leftist view to its logical tail end, to its extreme view, you have low reproductive birth rates. You have a reproductive.
Man. I love guys like this who are just like, all right, what if I just assume your worldview and you actually believe in low birth rates? And it's like, what are you talking about? You're going through your NPC like speech tree here, Like, which view is leading to low birth rates? Do you just think leftism inherently leads to low birth rates? Like, what? You can have a conversation about birth rates, but like, you're not having that. You just want to monologue.
Dead end, so two men together can't reproduce unless they have to take from a healthy straight couple. Religion provides this foundation where you do.
We have these things called orphans. We have like adoption. We have foster family. Like there's all kinds of systems in place. Like you're not necessarily taking from anyone in these circumstances.
Prioritize the nuclear family.
So do you have a problem with gay people being married?
It's not that I have a problem. I just don't see a justification for why they ought to be gay outside of it just feels good.
And do you need to justify all of your actions? Like, do you sit and do you like just like think about how insane that is, right? Like, do you sit and read a book just because it feels good? Yeah. It's not a problem to sit and read a book. Do you sit and play a video game just because it feels good? Yeah, I like video games. Do you do you sit and watch a sunset just because it feels good? Like, yeah, actually. Sometimes things that feel good are good. And okay. And healthy.
Can you give me another justification for it?
Well, I think maybe that's the way they were born.
Okay, what about pedophiles? Are they born that way?
They may be, yeah.
Okay, so should we let a pedophile off the hook since they were born that way?
No, I think we as a society has decided...
Should implement duties to prevent them from acting on that innate urge, correct?
Well, I think between consenting adults, it's a different thing than...
Okay, so you're okay with a 45-year-old dad with a 19-year-old daughter as well? And
oh, this guy's trying to speed run to, like, are you okay with, like, incest? This guy's speeding towards twincest at lightning speeds.
Incest.
No.
If they consent, you're okay with that?
No, I think society has also determined that it's like it's not beneficial.
Right. There's duties and obligations that we have. So religion provides those duties. Life isn't about freedom and exercising what you want.
I mean,
this country is kind of about freedom and exercising what you want. Just throw that out there. Like, America and freedom are kind of used synonymously.
You want to impose your religious doctrine on me, and I don't want that.
You just admitted we need duties. We have responsibility as a society to keep us functioning, to keep us thriving. Your leftist view, the liberal view, doesn't provide anything besides it just makes me feel good. Religion does. So what's your argument?
What's my argument as to why I don't want
You have no
your
contention.
religion to? Well, because first of all, I don't think that you have the right to corner what God is telling us is right or wrong. And there are differences between religions. And so my argument is, like, you're not going to keep halal or kosher, right? I mean, I don't believe that someone has a corner on religious truth. And the reason why we have a democracy is because we didn't want a king. And the kings came from the idea that their God said that they're the ones who's supposed to be king. And so we can disagree on this. I don't want to live in a country that is ruled by religious fundamentalism.
And if I do, you have no issue with that.
And no. And this is why I say, under Trump, yes, you have won.
Yes.
You have a
Only
bunch
male
of Christian.
and female. You're right.
You have a
You
Christian
won.
nationalist,
Yes,
and
which is necessary.
And so I concede the point that under Trump, your Christian nationalism has gained an advantage
Yes.
under this.
Sorry, we're going to
And
have
so
more kids. We're going to have less abortions. We're going to
But like you're agreeing with his assertion. Like the initial assertion is, unless you're a billionaire religious fundamentalist or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. And you're not disagreeing with that, my guy. You literally came on to agree that voting for Donald Trump for you as a religious fundamentalist was a good choice. Like, you're not even arguing with him. Like, this guy's horny for the argument, but like he's agreeing with Sam. And also he's wrong just on the face of it, like
has gained an advantage
Yes.
under this.
Sorry, we're going to have more kids. We're going to have
more kids.
Less abortions. We're going to have
just throwing this out there, just because you have more kids doesn't mean that you're going to have more conservative Christians. I grew up as a conservative Christian, and now I'm a wonderful, sexy, bisexual trans woman. Like, weird how that works out. Socialist even as well. And also, all of the data indicates that, hey, religious conservatives who outlaw abortion don't reduce the number of abortions. More abortions actually happen. They're just more dangerous and done in secret. You're just making abortion less safe for the people who need it.
more family. We're going to have stable family.
You don't have more family. Like, I don't know how you quantify that. Like, we're more of a family than like, I don't know, like, does he think that a family with like 5 people is more of a family than a family with, 3 people? Like, what is this argument? Honestly, it's just it's the fundamentalism. He's divorced from reality.
Households. Sorry about better education.
Also, I can tell you, religious people do not have more stable households. You can maybe argue that religious people stay together in like marriages longer. That doesn't mean it's a more stable household. It just means generally that, one or both partners are putting up with a lot more abuse.
Gay people should be outlawed.
They should be straight. They should be straight.
Women should be secondary to their husbands.
Women should submit to the husbands.
Women
that doesn't
should
mean they
submit to the
that doesn't mean they are
husbands.
slaves.
Right,
it doesn't
no,
mean they are
I
slaves. It means they are
understand. I
protected.
understand. You
Okay,
got
let
a
me ask you then. Let me ask
hierarchy.
you.
No.
Should women
Women submit to their husbands because they're lesser, but they're not slaves, but they're lesser. Women are not as good as men, because they're lesser. They don't have that bodily autonomy the same way men do.
Be drafted. Should women be drafted?
Listen, I think
if they're equal, should they be drafted?
I think this is the vision that you have, and I think Trump supports it.
Yes.
I think the Christian nationalists he has throughout his government are all going to work towards your vision.
Yes.
And my hope is that when people look at this, they say, hey, wait a second. I don't want my life to be dictated by the notion of a Christian nationalist prescription. Now, you may win out. I mean, certainly, like if you look at a country like Iran, they have a theocracy there, and apparently that's good for them if they want it.
My final point is whenever
but I don't want to live in a theocracy.
My final point is whenever we see people live out Christian values to its full extent, we see a great society. When we see people deviate from that, that's where all the problems arise.
All right.
Yeah, because those highly insular Christian communities never have any problems. The Amish famously don't have crime. The Mennonite communities famously no crime. You just find these ultra conservative Christian enclaves and no crime whatsoever. Everything's hunky dory over there. There's no abuse whatsoever. There's no stealing, robbing, sexual assault. Oh, wait. No, we see all of those things there too. Weird. Yeah, nothing famously has ever happened in the Catholic Church.
I think you are at home in the Trump. Trump
Thank you very much.
You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Wait, Sam Cedar did bring up Iran. That guy's disturbed. Dustin the Damned, unironically, that guy's a really good representation of Christian nationalists, of like zealot, like evangelical zealotry. He's a really good example of it. It's very common in evangelical circles.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, this guy's back again.
I think I have an issue with the implications of the prompt. I mean, of course, I'll stick on the religious fundamentalism. I think it's unfair to view Christianity.
Of course, I'll stick to the religious fundamentalism because I'm not a billionaire or a xenophobic nationalist. I'm just a humble country religious fundamentalist. Hey, blue girls.
Separated from the ideology that Christianity informs, right? You have an ideology that you vote upon because you view it to be the truth that benefits everyone in a society. That's how a democracy works. I, as a Christian, have an ideology that informs my opinions, and I believe that it is the most moral and correct way for a society to function. So I think if we put religious fundamentalism in a box where you say any moral...
Oh yeah, they can go twice. It's whoever gets in the chair first.
...implications that I draw from this, religion is unable to be voted upon, unable to be pushed onto you because simply it's a religion is unfair to view it that way. Religion is an...
This guy is... Like, this guy... Okay, look. This guy may be conservative, but he's a total soy boy. Like he's just like must be a soy boy because like he's word salading like crazy right now, just like just salad spewing out his mouth. It's crazy. It's unfair to view religion as bad.
Ideology, like all ideologies are, it's you vote away.
I don't mind you. I don't dispute the idea that you could have a religious ideology and want to see it imposed upon others, and it's not inconsistent with my claim. My claim is that Donald Trump is ushering in an element of Christian theocracy that I can't.
My claim is that that's what he's doing. Like he's making a Christian theocracy. So why are you here arguing against me? Because you agree with my premise.
can't remember his name, and you may be excited about, but I'm not excited about it. I don't think the vast majority of Americans are, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
I mean, I don't think this country was set up to be a theocracy, and I find it problematic that it will be, but others will be happy about it.
I think it's unfair as well to label any morals that comes from religion inherently immediately theocratic. Like having a theocracy is something different.
Wait, but he's not labeling the morals as theocratic. He's labeling the implementation of those morals as a universal framework applied in government as theocratic.
Then having,
I think love thy neighbor is a good precept, and I don't know that we should necessarily legislate it, but I think it's a good precept. I think there are things from religion that are good. I interviewed Desmond Tutu years ago, who said that religion can be is like a knife. It can be used to spread butter, or it could be used to stab people. But that doesn't mean that I want religious doctrine to be the same as the law of the land. We have a democracy, and it was founded on trying to get out from some type of like religious oppression, which means one religion shouldn't dominate in this country. That's my.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty simple premise, right? Like, you have a specific set of religious beliefs that are not shared by everyone else in the country. Hell, they're not even shared by everyone else in your religious group. And you want to impose those religious ideals upon the entire country of hundreds of millions of people. And like, for very obvious reasons, that is not something the majority of people want. But these people can't even begin to wrap their head around that idea. That we live in a society made strong by its diversity, made strong by the fact that people view things differently, but do not necessarily like no one religious faction dominates all the others. Like it's, I don't know. I don't think saying God speaks only to us and therefore we should be able to impose our will on all of you. That doesn't sound like a really compelling or good basis for a system of government, It's like the Monty Python meme.
My sense.
Yeah, and I see that, but I think I have an issue with where you would perceive religious doctrine is derived from, right? A guy doesn't, at least in Christianity, a guy doesn't go in a room and come out and say that he has a secret message from God that everyone now has to follow. Religious doctrine,
that's literally kind of part of the religion, though. Like literally in Christianity and in the Bible, that happens multiple times with some of the greatest and most powerful prophets. And also, if you just look at modern religious thinking, especially in evangelical Christianity, like there is the belief of a deep personal connection to God. And like in that sense, like, yes, it is entirely possible for a Christian to go into a room and emerge with that exact thing, that I have a message from God and I'm going to tell everyone. In fact, Donald Trump, in like one of his recent speeches, talked about how he was saved by God, and I think it was his address to Congress recently, that he was saved by God to, lead this country. He literally invoked that very concept.
is grueled over, it's reasoned over, the same way any ideology is discovered.
I'm not talking about the validity of religious doctrine. I'm talking about religious doctrine supplanting
God, Mormons are a good example.
Democracy and civil society.
Well, and I'm saying that religious doctrine is democratic inherently, and in the way that you...
Well, no.
I mean, look, we can have a debate as to whether or not women should be subservient to men. I don't think they should be. And in a democracy, I don't think it's healthy.
Right, but when you said earlier with him that someone shouldn't have I don't know the exact word, like a chokehold on what is, religious truth and what isn't religious truth, that's not how religious truth itself works, and that's not how religious truth is brought to the political table to have that work either, right?
I don't know, when Pete Hegseth is in a bar yelling, we're going to kill all Muslims.
Well, that's, yeah.
But now he's in charge of the largest military in the history of the world.
I mean, like, that's endgame Christian nationalism right there. That is the consequence of elevating these folks. They start talking about wanting to do a crusade against the Middle East to make them Christian, convert or die campaigns. And like you might say, "Oh, Jack, that's crazy. They would never do that." Right now, Eric Prince, the CEO of the Blackwater Mercenary Group, is in talks to privatize ICE deportations. And keep in mind, again, just really want to emphasize, this is the billionaire guy who wants to privatize ICE deportations. He also was trying to pitch Donald Trump during his first administration on privatizing the war, privatizing war operations in the Middle East. He was trying to take over American operations and privatize the military contracts over there. And that luckily never happened, but Eric Prince, his entire modern run in politics is explicitly, and he's, I believe, said this on the record, though I can't remember exactly where, that he wants to fight a new crusade. And that's not hyperbole. That's not reading into things. That is explicitly his goal. That is why he formed his mercenary company. It is why he renamed it several times, and it is still, in fact, in operation. The Blackwater Mercenary Group, under different names, and why it has continued to fight in parts of Asia and Africa and the Middle East. Okay? So, like, if you think, oh man, well, sure, but like the Christian nationalism would never like do something bad, like they literally have mercenary armies run by a billionaire madman who wants to fight an explicitly religious war of conversion. So
I think, and he is informed by his Christian nationalism. I think that's a problem.
Right. Well, but we
can disagree on that.
Yeah, we don't take...
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks, Sam.
Return to your seat.
Okay, so
oh no, I thought we were done with this guy. I thought we were done. I thought he would be too embarrassed to show his face again. Oh no. There's no escape. He didn't even run fast. That other guy just held the chair out for him. Oh no.
So, Eleazar mentioned his views on gay marriage, and I saw that you believe that essentially conservatives don't believe that gay marriage should be allowed. I want to ask everybody in this room, is there any law or legislation that Donald Trump has passed to prohibit same-sex marriage in the last 4 years?
How would Donald Trump have done that when he wasn't president? How would he have passed laws in that time. This guy's brain is absolutely goddamn cooked. It's starting to make me mad. It's starting to make me mad. I had patience when I thought he was only going to be on screen for that one time, but now I'm just mad. This guy cannot navigate society by himself. If you left him in his house for too long with like no social media, he might wither away and die. Like, I don't know that this man can fend for himself.
Okay. Is there anyone in here who would potentially oppose two people kissing in public that are of the same sex? You could raise your hand if you want. Yes.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Public that are of the same sex. You could raise
1, 2.
Raise your hand if you want.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, in public. Kissing in public. No law against it. Just your own opinion. Okay.
Oh my god. His clarifications just got more people to put up their hands. It's fucking nuts. Dog, you're learning firsthand exactly why you need non-discrimination laws. You're learning firsthand exactly why you need DEI, my guy. They're literally half the room has their knives out for you, bro.
So these are all people's opinions, right? The same way you have your opinions about Christians is the same way these people are allowed.
No, I don't have a problem with Christians.
Well, you do not believe that theology should be at its
We should not have a theocracy.
Correct. And so what
I can't. He's gonna make me laugh at his stupidity too much, and I'm gonna crack a rib, guys.
I'm saying is, I think that Christianity, I'm a Catholic, I think that Christianity
I think God might have a few concerns about your support of two men kissing in public there, my guy. But okay.
is, I think, fundamentally very important to instill family values in myself as well as every person who wants to have children. Now let's talk about...
I'm okay with that too.
Let's talk about Order 14,166. That is an executive order that Donald Trump just imposed on identifying what is male and female. So I personally believe, as well as many transsexuals, friends of mine believe that
as many transsexuals friends of mine, I don't believe you. I don't believe you have transsexual friends. I believe if you, let me put it this way. I believe that if this guy does have transgender friends, they're the kinds of transgender folks who identify as autogynephiles in order to like appease the most transphobic people who are still willing to like tolerate them, you know, like, and if you know what that word means, you know how big of a fucking like slur it is. You're basically reducing your entire identity into being a fetish. And you're saying, yeah, I'm not actually like a woman. I'm not actually a man. I'm just, I just fetishize being one. And so I'm going to make others participate in my fetish. Yeah. Fucking nuts.
I figured out where all his brain cells went. He was in a wind tunnel with that hair.
They all blew away. You know, it just a freak maelstrom wound through his ear canals and sucked all the brains out. What is an autogynephile? It is a debunked theory from like the 70s or 80s that trans people weren't actually identifying as being trans and were instead just sexual deviants who were sexually aroused by the idea of identifying as other genders. And so someone who is willing to call themselves that is basically saying their identity isn't real in any way, shape, or form. That's essentially what it means. Well, yeah, it is used mostly with trans women. I believe there are some cases where like trans men also use it, but like it's mostly used in amongst trans women, or a label imposed on trans women. Though again, some of the most internalized transphobic trans women you can find will just self-ID as autogynephiles. It's crazy. And I need to really reiterate, it is debunked. It is not accurate or scientific. Yeah, I mean, like the understanding was that like autogynephile trans women were just super gay women with a bizarre fetish, or super gay men with a bizarre fetish. Anyway, I hope that clears it up. I know I got kind of rambled a little bit. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted tier 1 membership. I very much appreciate it. Thank you to you and Sake Tanuki for supporting the show. I really fucking appreciate it. Thank you so much, folks. I mean, I think transsexual is fine. You know, like we live in a time where like the language has changed very rapidly, but you know, there are older folks who, you know, I've encountered in like social spaces who use the term transsexual just because that's the one they grew up with. And like, I think it's fine. I don't think it's an immediate red flag. I just think it is like one of those things where it's like, maybe you could introduce them to more modern terminology, you know? And there are some young folks who use it with no like ill intent as well. I think language is a bit loosey-goosey when it comes to trans folks in that way, but autogynephile, AGP, like one of the most offensive things you can call a trans person. Yeah, and Shrub Girl, I do think that there is more leeway given for people using like transsexual when the person saying it is trans, you know?
A woman is a biological female, as well as a man being a biological male. You are assigned what you are at birth. You are not assigned your gender later on. What you choose to express is something that is similar to wearing a garment, similar to what you decide to put on your face. And I don't think there should be laws or legislations dictating people or imposing laws to manipulate children, for example, to castrate their bodies at such a young age. 50% of children.
Do you know how many children are treated over the past 5 years, let's say? I think it was from 2018 to 22, there was a study that just came out from Harvard. Do you know how many children received gender-affirming care, but broken down into puberty blockers and then hormones?
Give me the numbers.
You tell.
Sam has set his bear trap, sprinkled a little bit of facts in there. Step into the bear trap. You silly little Billy.
Tell me, I'm curious.
Well,
because,
I'm curious because you're bringing it up.
No, I have the numbers.
Okay, tell me.
I do, but
Tell
I'm
me.
curious if you know.
Tell me what the
I
numbers are.
promise to tell you after you tell me what
No,
you think it
I'm not
is.
I'm not gonna play that game.
Because I have a feeling
We're not
you
playing this
think it's,
game.
no, I am playing this game because
Why?
I think you think it's much higher. When you tell me that kids are being castrated, I know you don't really know what these numbers are. And I do know these numbers.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much.
What?
It was reported that scientifically every single child who has received gender affirming care, about roughly 50% of them regret it. And 50
That's not true. That's not true. That's just a lie. It's not true. It's one of the least regretted medical interventions of all time. Literally, like if you rank medical interventions by regret rate, gender affirming care of basically all kinds is the lowest regret rate of almost any other kind of medical intervention. Like it's genuinely crazy. So he is just bullshitting out his mouth right now.
50% of them are suicidal because of it. They're actually more depressed.
Oh, well, look at that. The first fact check of the stream. I have not seen this pop up at all. Studies on this subject often suffer from researcher bias and methodological errors, including inadequate follow-up, imprecise measurement, and poorly chosen sample bases. Doctors agree more research is needed. What a bullshit fact check. Oh my god. Oh my god. Was it like just real fucking quick? Just real fucking quick. All right? Yoink. It took me like 2 seconds to Google the NIH here. Regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. Let's take a look here. A total of 27 studies were looked at. The pooled prevalence of regret after gender affirming surgery was 1%.
Ralph, I may have to dip since I'm losing my mind at the stupidity. Can we break for a little
No, we gotta finish. We gotta finish this. I don't got time to dilly dally. But thank you for the $5 super chat. But like, yeah, the pooled prevalence total was 1%. Overall, 33% underwent transmasculine procedures, 67 transfeminine procedures. The prevalence of regret among patients undergoing transmasculine and transfeminine surgeries was less than 1%. And 1% respectively. So literally some of the highest approval ratings for this medical intervention. A total of 77, again, out of 7,928 patients regretted having gender affirming surgery. 28 had minor and 34 had major regret based on Pfafflin's regret classification. Yeah. So just throwing it out there that I have seen a lot of studies on this particular type of intervention, and all of them really align. Now, non-surgical gender affirming care regret rate. Here we go. Levels of satisfaction and regret with gender-affirming medical care in adolescence. Okay. What was the overall level of satisfaction? Okay. Okay. So of let's see. Of the 220 respondents in this sample, 9 were regretful of having received blockers and or hormones. And of those 9, 4 stopped all gender-affirming medical care, and 1 continued to receive blockers but plans to stop. And the other 4 continued care, suggesting that regret is not synonymous with stopping care. So that means that of 220, only 4 stopped completely at the time of the study, which, like, 4 out of 220, what's the regret rate there? It's 1.8%. That is still one of the most overwhelmingly approved of interventions. So whether you're looking at surgical or non-surgical gender-affirming care, it is overwhelmingly, with our current system, positive for the patients. Now, does there need to be better care for people who detransition because it's genuinely not the right thing for them? Absolutely. But that's not what this person's talking about. Also, this fact check is absolutely worthless.
Because of it.
How many of those kids? How many?
A psychologist, by the way.
How many over the course of 5 years?
Well, tell me.
You tell me.
Tell me.
Just give me
I know what you're trying to do.
ballpark.
You're trying to put me in this chokehold of like,
No, I'm
I
not trying to
gotcha
put you in a
moment.
No, this is definitely an I gotcha
No.
moment because I'm suggesting to you that you think this problem is much bigger than it is.
It is a huge problem.
Okay.
Medi-Cal, you know, Medi-Cal covers inmate trans women.
I would love for him to spitball because he's saying it's a huge problem. It's colossal. Like, okay, Sam needs to start spitting out numbers like million, 100,000, 200,000. Like, what do you think it is?
And
I understand that, yes. And I know one person has had that surgery.
I don't understand how my taxes should go for an inmate prisoner who wants to transition.
Well, I think because we got to do health care for prisoners, and you don't consider it real health care. But hold on, I don't want to get...
imposed
listen,
$2.6 billion in
900 kids over 5 years.
That is a lot of children.
Puberty blockers.
That is a lot of children.
900 kids over 5 years.
AB 547 just passed, including gender identity.
During COVID?
Gender identity to allow children to be separated from their parents just due to not affirming their gender identity.
But here's the point. Listen, Trump how is he hurting these people? He just rescinded the ability of the Labor Bureau.
Whoa, what? Data compiled by Reuters and the health technology company Komodo found that from 2017 to 2021, 4,780 adolescents started puberty blockers and had a gender dysphoria diagnosis. A new study from JAMA Pediatrics found that only 0.1% of the patients in the study were transgender and prescribed puberty blockers or hormone therapy. So, not that many at all. Cool.
Is he hurting these people? He just rescinded the ability of the Labor Bureau to investigate discrimination in workplace. Are you for trans people being discriminated in workplace?
They're never being discriminated.
Are
Hold
you for trans people being discriminated with
I'm
housing?
very passionate about that question, and can I answer it? Okay, so I believe that affirmative action should be...
It's not affirmative action.
Oh, then what is it?
It's anti-discrimination. It's
Okay,
not saying that you have to
regardless,
hire
hold on.
trans people.
Okay,
It's
well,
saying
hold on.
you can't fire someone when you find out they're trans.
Okay, well, hold on a minute. So when you hire someone, or when you interview someone, for example, you are supposed to interview them based on their knowledge and their work ethic.
He literally doesn't understand what Sam is saying. He literally doesn't understand the concept of what it means to be discriminated against.
Not based on sex.
I'm not saying affirmative
not based
action.
on their sexual
Are
orientation.
you allowed to fire them if you find out they're trans?
If you need to, if you need to, then you should. If you
He doesn't understand the concept of someone being fired just because they're trans. Oh my god. Rad little Razzie, it's the level of smugness combined with the complete and utter lack of knowledge.
need to, then
Right,
you should.
so we have a disagreement.
All right,
I don't
pause.
believe people should be discriminated against.
Pause.
And that's not discrimination. It's based on your knowledge, not what you sleep.
Oh my god, dude. Firing someone because you found out they're trans is discrimination. Like, just one of the most basic examples you can possibly conjure up.
Sleep with, not who you sleep with. Just saying.
Why are you clapping for him? He's literally one of the biggest dipshits I've ever seen in my life. All of these people are dumb by association by clapping for this man. What is he even saying? He's refusing to engage with the idea that that someone might be fired from their job for being trans on that basis alone, or the idea that in the past, and to this day in some places, people are fired for being black or being Hispanic or insert marginalized member of a community. Oh no. I thought maybe we'd get I thought maybe we'd get through this section without encountering this one. I thought we were almost clear. We just have 1 minute and 51 seconds left. Okay. I'm buckling in.
If you need a breather at any point, look at the comments.
Look at the comments? I need a breather. I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared for this. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. This was one of the most heartbreaking and embarrassing demonstrations of the decline of American education. Yeah. They claim to hate socialism, yet they all seem to be sharing a brain cell. I like this. We used to disagree on points of opinion. Now we disagree on points of fact. Saddest thing is that these are young people who have access to more information than anyone, and they still don't read. 90 minutes of Sam having to explain basic government concepts to people who call themselves free thinkers. Oh, God. I like how that guy tapped out for someone who might be able to answer more completely, and the guy who taps in for him thinks the government agencies pay taxes. Yeah. Yeah. Absolute nightmare blunt rotation. Yeah. The fact the gay guy literally saw the entire room basically raise their hands, stating they don't want him to have rights, and he still holds that same belief and thinks they have his back, actual psychopathy. And yeah. Are there any conservatives in here? You know, I have to disagree with this comment in particular. This was beneath Sam, to be honest. Those people's baseline knowledge was so low, he was wasting his time and losing his brain cells in the process. And I have to disagree, okay? Because this, I think this is useful because it points out just how bad conservative ideology is. Like, you can make it prettier with like rhetorical tricks, but like ultimately at the end of the day, this is what conservative ideology is in the real world, in practice. And I think that like him just sitting there and being like, your worldview is completely disconnected from reality, I think has value. I think embarrassing conservatives to this degree has value. Especially because we're talking about power and building power. And one of the ways you build power in the face of a fascist regime is you make it look silly as fuck. And these people look silly as fuck. You know? There's not really any getting around that. I don't think there's a way you watch this and you come away thinking, yeah, those conservatives really did well, you know?
Hi. Sam.
So I actually think that this liberal world order needs to be thrown away completely, and I think Christian nationalism would be a good alternative. What we're seeing right now is
and
just
congratulations.
Yeah, and thank you.
Dude, okay, so the prompt, in case you guys forgot what the prompt is unless you are a billionaire, a religious fundamentalist, or a xenophobic nationalist, voting for Trump was a mistake. And almost every single person who has come up here agrees with the premise. You're here to debate him on the premise, but you all think that premise is correct. You know? So like that's why Sam's just like, congratulations, because you're gonna get something out of this presidency. You know? Imagine not picking up on that shade. I'm autistic and I picked up on it. Yeah, no kidding, right? But like, these people don't even understand how these prompts work. And it's fascinating. They're too dumb to understand the concept of the show.
And yeah, I think what we're seeing right now is a culture of death. This is the most suicidal generation ever. We have millions of children dying by abortion. People aren't even reproducing. We don't even have like a...
Should we mandate people reproduce?
No, I don't think we need to mandate. We can just stop them from killing their kids.
You want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, we have a fundamental disagreement on this, and my claim was that if you voted for Trump, it would be to your benefit if you want.
He's literally having to re-spell out the fucking premise of what he came to debate.
I think it would benefit everyone.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that that women should have the right to choose.
I think that it would benefit everyone to bring back the family unit, to stop having women just thrown into the workforce.
Maybe we shouldn't allow women to choose to divorce unless their husbands say it's okay.
I mean, I don't really believe in divorce in general, so like, sure.
All right. I mean, this I think though reinforces my point that
oh my God,
if you are
but it would be better for society. It would be better for everybody in society. And same with
Sam valiantly is trying to over and over state, like, kind of the question, why are you here? Like, why are you trying to debate me on this? You know? Yet this is the premise of the argument that I'm presenting, and you agree with me. So what? So what? Like, you agree with me. Awesome.
with xenophobic what's the problem with xenophobic nationalism? Don't you think that's better for Americans in general?
To be xenophobic nationalism is better.
We should have a coherent culture. Everyone should be a part of the same culture. We should have assimilation.
Which, do you get to choose what the culture is?
We already have a dominant culture.
What is
based
the dominant
on
culture?
European and Christian values and identity. That is the dominant.
Yeah, but which culture in those? Because European is not one thing, and Christian is not one thing. So what is the culture?
White Christian,
it's rooted in European identity.
White. So your argument is that
has been the dominant culture.
Just to be clear,
and we're not letting people assimilate to that. We're saying you should keep your culture, and this is why our culture is so divided.
Your argument.
She's an ethno-nationalist. Oh, okay.
Is that Trump is good for those who want a dominant white European culture.
I mean, that is what America is. It's rooted in European identity and Christian values. That's what it has been. Would you really disagree with that? What is it then, if that's not the identity of America?
Well, I think the identity of America...
For the majority of time, America's been a country. You don't think that's been the identity?
No. No. There have always been non-European people here. Obviously. In America. It's not rocket science. It's not like there weren't people here already. It's not like there weren't, like, you know, like indigenous people all over the place already. It's not like there weren't Hispanic folks here already. It's not like there weren't, like, a lot of people came from more places than just Europe. African Americans were here. You know, like, transatlantic slave trade happened. Like, come on, lady, you've heard, like, rock and roll music, you've heard jazz, you've heard, like, the music that America is famous for, broadly pioneered by African Americans. Like, you're just a racist bigot.
Well, actually, no. I think actually the identity of America has been, you know, for better or for worse, a melting pot in that regard.
Yeah, maybe since like the 1960s. Even then, like even.
Yeah, only since the 1960s, you know, because of the Civil Rights Act. Oh my God. She's really fucking racist. Okay.
And we had this idea of a melting pot literally means assimilation too. It means melting. It means you're assimilating to the dominant culture. Is that not what melting means?
No, it doesn't
and
mean
now
that
instead we're saying there's something wrong with xenophobia.
Dominant culture. No. I mean, look, I got to be honest with you. Like, you and I have a fundamental disagreement. We will never see eye to eye on this. It's a choice. And people, I think what you're expressing, though, is really what the Trump movement at its heart is about. And I think that's problematic.
I disagree. I don't think Trump's like anywhere close to being a Christian nationalist. That's ridiculous. Like, Trump's basically a Democrat from like 15 years ago.
You know, King Kerplunk, you say this gal has never had a soup, but I disagree, because she's got one between her ears. there's nothing left in there but like Hitler soup.
Comes to social
So you
issues.
don't think that he's conservative enough for you?
Oh, definitely. Nowhere close. No.
He's not xenophobic enough for you?
No, he's trying to import a bunch of H-1Bs. Are you kidding?
Right. Oh, so you want to get them out too? Yeah. No, I mean, I think you're making my argument for me.
All right.
Well done, Sam. Well fucking done, Sam. He's so polite about dunking on these people too. He's so polite about dunking on every one of them. That was the most disgusted he gets with anyone? Yeah, like... Because honestly, you can kind of see it in her face. She knows she's being hateful. She's trying to get like a reaction out of him. And him ending this conversation just like with a pleasant grin and that zinger, absolutely devastating for someone like her.
Well, I'm just saying he's not even in this. Okay.
My next claim.
Amazing, amazing stuff. Amazing. Well done, Sam. Well done. Well done. Well, you know, and people like her are proud of their hate. Punky Gal, you're 100% right. Like, they're proud of their hatred. But what makes them less proud is when they are made to look silly. And when the person sitting across from her sells it, smiles at her, and tells her, "You're doing an excellent job making my argument." It's disarming, it takes away her power, and it makes it less fun. And instead of it being like a fun little thrill to, you know, express Nazi ideas in front of a crowd, instead she just kind of walks away, tail between the legs, looking like an absolute clown. And that, I think, is really, really important for, you know, how all of us need to approach folks like this, you know? Yeah, she wanted to come here and trigger a lib and get a big reaction, and Sam just let her, you know, let her have enough rope to make herself look silly, you know? This is why we need to point and laugh at these fucking Nazis while they puff up their chests and try to seem powerful and like confident in their bigotry. You point at them and you laugh in their fucking faces until they deflate and go home. Anyway, I am having a lovely time. Folks, we just finished up part 2 of our journey through Sam Cedar's Surrounded, and I'm having a lovely time. We are about halfway through. It's been a long journey, and folks, just want to remind you all, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because this show at the end of the day is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make this show happen unless you guys supported the show with those aforementioned subs, donos, bits, super chats, etc. Because I am not a large enough channel to make ad revenue that matters, and you guys are what allow me to do this day in and day out. So thank you all so much.
Thanks for the great coverage, Jack.
Well, and Tierstar, thank you very much for the $10 dono. I very much appreciate it. And we will be finishing up the rest of this tomorrow, I believe. It's gonna be good. I'm real excited. Yeah, not a single VPN sponsorship. Though I will say, I did get a sponsorship offer from Factor 75. But I can't in good conscience accept it because I haven't tried a Factor 75 meal. If I do and they wind up being tasty, maybe I will accept those sponsorships. Gotta get some sleep. We are wrapping up. Let's see here. Also, folks, you could shill Raid Shadow Legends. Maybe we'll do that at some point in the future. I hate all food sponsorships because it's overpriced lazy crap. Yeah, but I mean, like, if it's lazy crap that has nutrients that, you know, tastes good, I have less of a problem with it. You suggested raid earlier. You know, yeah. Oh, yeah. Real Rad Hom. Yeah, we'll raid. We'll raid. Rad. One of those bet sponsorships to replace the old one. We'll see. That the Raid Shadow Legends ones, I'm always a bit skeptical of. I would like to know what that black conservative feels about that Nazi lady. I don't know that we're ever going to know that. Yeah, I'm not sold on the concept of ground news. Please don't take a BetterHelp sponsor. I won't. But might do like a raid Shadow Legends or something. I've played it before and I think it's pretty fun. I don't know. Well, I just don't typically take sponsorships, but maybe I will at some point. What about that sponsorship to own land in Ireland? Nah, you're not getting me. You're not getting me with that scam. Oh, Sam and Moose, I would 100% take an Adam and Eve sub or sponsorship. Axolotls with cream, what? What? Whoa, where did that come from? What if you were sponsored by DSA? That would never happen. Super Bunny Hop's Adam and Eve sponsorship segment was like one of the best ever. I don't know, like if you guys keep supporting me, maybe I won't need those sponsorships. Oof. The fact that she wasn't flagged out earlier says a lot, right? The fact that that lady wasn't instantly like swarmed by those flags is insane. What if some frackers offered you a boatload of money that came in a boat? To do what? Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I mean, depending on how much money they offered me, I would have to consider it. But like, you know, I don't want to become the
live from the Polymarket studio in LA
stream, you know? Like I don't think they would be able to get their money's worth out of me if I'm being completely honest with you. I'd be shitting on their product all the time. And I'm not talking about a squatty potty. Yeah, I mean, Lee Kestner, it might be that economic times get tougher and like revenue from the stream goes down. And if that does happen, like you'll probably see me take on sponsorships that might not gel with stream, but that's just because I gotta make a living. The Squatty Potty. Why Squatty Potty when you can Hello Tushy? Because Squatty Potty is funnier to say. It's just fun to say. What do you think of Squatty Potty? Nothing really. I just think it's a fun to say product name. All right, folks. I am going to go and take my meds and get some sleep. I'm going to raid you guys on Twitch over into Real Radhom. Here you go. And I will see you all, I guess, later today. Bye.
A seed forged from the echoes of falsehoods and lies. The law bends and breaks as the ruler decides. No throne yet he'd reign with a scepter and pen. The people subject to the will of one man. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. An empire built on the backs of the poor. Centuries of suffering as the profit margins soar. Through violent submission and million-dollar bribes, our government sold out to private enterprise. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. Through Christo-fascist fantasies of race and purity, they condition the people to scorn humanity. We abandon Ukraine to the Russian advance, while we arm the Israelis as they burn the Levant. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. We need more than hope, we need people to rise. No more denial or political lies. In the wreckage and ruin, the truth starts to show. Our choices have led us to this world of woe. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. But their will can be broken if the people unite.